go. And I love this sound. Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it's I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, and your viceroy of verisimilitude, Robert Meyer Burnett. And this is Midnighter. This is not the Midnighter. It's Midnight Metal. I don't even know where I am. It's Midnight Metal tonight. Midnight Metal episode 31, and I've got a star-studded cast with me. I'm just going to bring them right in. We're going to get right into it. I have and Andre from Midnight's Edge, and you can hear both of them tonight. My God, Andre, are you both feeling metal tonight?
Yes. Midnight Metal, yes.
We feel the metal.
You feel the metal. You guys both look metal. I mean, that drawing, first of all, I always look at Andre, that beautiful artwork, and I'm like, tonight I brought wine. I'm not going to fall asleep like I did last week. Very nice. I'm not as exhausted or drunk, so I'm ready to talk. I'm ready to
relax lyrically with a glass of red wine. I like it.
A nice Pinot. Ooh. You know, a nice like $20 bottle of Pinot I got specifically for the show tonight. I figured I'd lay off the whiskey. You know, I'll save it for tomorrow, maybe.
We can have some cognac next time. It'll be all good.
Well, there you go. First of all, Andre, you know, Germany's flooding, Belgium's flooding, France. What the hell's going on over there in Europe?
Well, I guess that there's just too many places down on the continent where there's like, you know, like how New York is straight on granite, which is why you can, granite, I should say, which is why you have can have skyscrapers and stuff. Well, too much of Europe is placed directly onto mud, with like no foundation of granite or anything like that, which means that it's more prone to excessive water slides with mudslides and everything that go with it.
Not
that's
good.
Not an issue where I am at in the slightest. Again, where like I live up in the, I'm not going to say mountains, but certainly rocky area up in Norway. So like, I just watch and horror and aghast, same as you, with what's happening further down the continent.
Now, did you enjoy seeing your homeland in Black Widow?
Yeah, that was fun. And you know what was extra fun? Is that this time they actually went to Norway to film. It was all over the news and stuff like that. Scarlett Johansson is in Norway filming. What is she filming in our equivalent of Dumpwater, Florida? Because it might be nice scenery, but it's literally, she was filming in the middle of nowhere. Whereas previous Marvel movies that have taken place in Norway, like Thor Ragnarok and stuff like that, like in Thor Ragnarok was, there you have the city of Tønsberg. It's a really, really nice city. I spoke of it last time we were here, but that was like filmed in Scotland or something.
Well, I got to say
they actually went there.
It made me want to go to Norway. You have a beautiful land, sir. I think I just want to come see them building that tunnel for cruise ships.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Of course, you can't see so much from the outside, but what will be hilarious is when it's done. Then you actually take one of those cruise ships through the tunnel. How awesome would that be?
I want to do that. I mean, between building underwater bridges and stuff like that, what you guys do in Norway with the natural surroundings always blows me away. I've never been to Norway. I could go visit you and Terje, and I can have a great time. I want to come there. I want to see the country. I've been to Sweden.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I've been to Denmark. I've been to Sweden for a day. I've been to Switzerland. I spent 2 weeks in Switzerland skiing, but I've never come up. I want to see Finland and Norway as well. You know, I need to come see my Viking roots. I don't have Viking roots, but I like to think I do.
Yeah. Well, everyone has if you go far enough back.
That's what
And
I
the cool
think.
thing, there's one cool place where you can stand atop a hillside, and there you can look down into Norway, Sweden, and Finland, and
Oh,
Russia, all from the same vantage point.
Which is all very, very cool. I want to see that. So I want to get into something I think is a little metal, or you have to be metal, otherwise you suffer the slings and arrows people shoot at you tonight. And I figured to have both of you here, you're both very learned people. And I found this article on Quillette, which people tell me not to read because it's just some right-wing blog that's masquerading as a liberal website. But I find that their articles are pretty interesting. And I found this article. I sent it both to you. I sent it to you both. The it was published on July 10th. Truth, Polarization, and the Nature of Our Beliefs. I figured this is something light to discuss on Midnight Metal. I figure that the truth is metal, but I grew up in a world, I don't know if it's the same for the two of you, where truth was, I thought, self-evident. Like, I thought the earth is round. I thought that was something that was proven. You know, I didn't think it was a hypothesis that needed to be peer-reviewed. I thought we pretty much know the earth is round. You know, and now there's people that say no. You know, and so I figured, what do you guys think? Can we talk about the truth?
absolutely.
So this article, it's a long article. I won't read the whole thing, but it starts out it's by Howard Darmstader, and it says, like other Americans, I'm depressed by the growing level of political partisanship. There seems to be a lot more people with extreme beliefs yelling at us. The ends of the belief spectrum are engorged, the center hollowed out. It's frequently alleged that extremists don't care about the truth, that they don't even believe there's a distinction between truth and falsehood, but that's an unhelpful and philosophically suspect way of stating what's wrong with extremism. Most of us think of philosophy as an arcane subject, remote from our day-to-day concerns, the playground of navel-gazers and other impractical people. But philosophy has a good deal to say about the nature of our beliefs, why some beliefs seem true and others false, why we find it so difficult to convince people to give up deeply held beliefs, and the real problem with extremism. Now, I say this is how the article begins, and then it goes into talking about René Descartes and Immanuel Kant and philosophy. And, you know, I was watching a video today, and why am I drawing a blank on his name? Red-haired guy from England who always has an animated thing like Just Some Guy, Dave Cullen. Dave Cullen?
Cullen, yeah.
Dave Cullen. And he did an interesting video. I hadn't seen much of his. I used to watch his videos all the time. But he was talking about the nature of truth and storytelling, and how that our storytelling, like the great stories of, say, the 20th century, all of our myths, our modern myths, Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who, he brought those up, that these storytelling mediums were told the truth. You know, tried to tell the truth about humanity, but within the guise of a science fiction, fantasy, or even horror genre program. And I feel that that's why these stories had a foothold, because they were telling truths that, like Star Trek, certainly the idea that humanity, secular humanist humanity, would move out amongst the stars. We would solve all of our problems, and we would basically, it's not like we wouldn't have disagreements, but we had the tools and we had the talent to get past these disagreements. And we moved out amongst the stars. And that was sort of a truth that I thought we would all believe in, that one day humanity would come together, settle our differences, and be something greater than the sum of our parts. And nowadays, one of the things that Dave Cullen said that I thought was really interesting was that there is a conscious effort to dismantle Western civilization. And I thought that was a really interesting point he was making. Because if we can't settle on a truth, how do we move forward? And this is going to seem, I'm going all over the place here, but I think one of the things that bothered me the most of all the things I've ever seen in my life was on 9/11. And I watched, for me, what 9/11 was an example of the future of non-Western civilization. That you had these buildings. I don't know if, Andre, I don't know if you ever were in New York, but the Twin Towers were fucking huge. They were fucking gantic. And my grandmother was from New York, And she was so incensed that I had never been to New York. In 1990, she gave my sister and I a bunch of money, and she sent us to New York. She put us up in a great hotel, and we were there for a week. We saw Broadway shows, and she said, I'll make a couple of reservations for you and go to a Broadway show, but I just want you to spend your time wandering around New York. Like my sister wanted to go see Harlem. I wanted to see the Bronx. I wanted to go see, where the Warriors was filmed, but we went everywhere. And one of the things we did was we were on the roof of the World Trade Center. And I remember I'd never seen a building that big in my life, standing in that courtyard. And on 9/11, watching those two buildings come down and watching the planes, it was all of human history. It was the culmination of what man had achieved, and it was destroyed in almost an instant. But there was nobody offering something to replace it. It was just, here's civilization, let's just get rid of it all and leave it as a smoking pile of rubble. And that's what I think, like, that was someone's truth. And I saw that, I see it as a metaphor for where some people want to take us. They want the entire Western world to be one big smoking pile of rubble, but they don't have anything that they're going to replace it with. I'm waiting for the great thought and the great, if you don't like what we have here, what are you going to replace it with? And I don't feel that there's anybody coming up and saying, well, here's what we're going to replace it with. All they're doing now is saying, here's what's wrong with you, even though they're saying it within the context of a civilization that's brought us this far. Here's this great civilization that's given you a mouthpiece to tell us what's all wrong with us. And yet, what are you going to replace this civilization with that's brought you to the point where you have the ability and the right to say whatever you want? And I feel that truth itself is under attack. What do you guys think?
Well, Robert and Andre, I agree with the idea of striving for greatness and striving for improvement. I mean, this is what we want for our society, but it feels like that's not what's happening. And it seems like what's happening is the great mental downgrade. And it's being sort of, encouraged by the fact that, we have these colleges and universities that are erasing whole humanities programs. And, their whole guise of why they can get rid of them is because enrollment is declining and they need to cut costs. But when I went to college, you had to take it because it was a required course and it was meant to enrich you. It was meant to help you become a critical thinker. And it was meant to help you, later on in life. Ironically, when they say they're going to keep these departments and they're going to keep the courses, but they have no intentions of keeping the department, meaning that they don't want to keep professors. They don't want to keep, research staff, people who are interested in pursuing a career in these areas like philosophy or in some places history. Political science is being eliminated. That was one of the requirements I had to take when I was in college. I can't even imagine not ever taking something like that. Sociology, courses that have a lot to do with philosophical thought, have a lot to do with broadening ideas in individuals. And, no matter what your beliefs are, it's only going to benefit you. It's not going to harm you to have those courses. And then I look in the news a few days ago of Cornel West. I don't know if you are familiar with
Cornel
West.
I am a huge Cornel West fan, even before he was in The Matrix. And he resigned.
Yes, Cornel West has resigned from Harvard Divinity School. And he did it. I'm sure there was a Twitter post regarding it. I don't have the whole post, but he mentioned that it had to do with spiritual rot and market-driven universities. And I've seen Cornel West on several shows where he talks about the importance of philosophy and the notion, and Cornel West, forgive me if I'm saying this incorrect, the implication that it seems like students aren't interested in pursuing a philosophy program. And I personally think that they would be interested in it if colleges would stop removing the departments where they don't exist, where there's no place for them to speak to someone to go ahead and want to learn more about truth and what it means and how you interpret, learning. And the other thing I was going to say is, the final thing that I was going to say is that I think really kind of hurt us a lot was the FCC fairness doctrine. And I've talked about this on the air before with you all, but in the United States, there used to be this thing called the FCC fairness doctrine. And what it meant was that if you were a journalist, you were required by law to state the opposing idea when you were giving an opinion on something, or when you're giving a side to a story, you had to state the opposing side. Somewhere in your report, you must have named it. So you couldn't pretend like it didn't exist. You couldn't say, well, you know what? I don't agree with that, and therefore it doesn't exist. You couldn't do that. But they changed the law in 2011 and 2012, which allowed individuals to just go ahead and say, you know what? I don't agree with this, and therefore it doesn't exist. I don't agree that the world is round, therefore it doesn't exist. I don't believe that these philosophy departments are important, and therefore they don't exist. And so I think it's really interesting when you look at some of the things that have happened, particular in the United States, and I'm sorry it doesn't apply to everywhere, where we can see the rise of more marginalized and extreme ideas, right, or similarly around that time, where we had these news organizations that popped up and felt free to go ahead and give their doctrine that was purely from one point of view. Now, I know that news organizations have bias. We know that this is true. But to pretend as if bias doesn't exist, well, that's not a truth.
What do you think, Andre?
No, I think you are both onto something, and it's really, really scary. What I think is the most scary is what you're referencing in academia, and also what you said about how news organizations no longer have to provide the opposing point of view, because that not only does that give rise to like these alternative media, actually they kind of have to come, because that means that the establishment media, they will only pick one favorite side and ignore everything else, thereby creating a need for an opposing view. Because if you just have one side, then no matter which side of the scale you're on, that's propaganda, pure and simple. And this is what's so scary with university environments as well, when you see like the things that are being removed, not spoken about. You can say what you want about philosophy, and what I was told when I was in uni, because at the time it was mandatory that you had to basically do 1 year full-time of philosophy studies before you could do anything else. And the reason for that is that, never mind the details, like you're not supposed to like get too wrapped up in Kant or Descartes or anything else like that. That's not the point. The point with philosophy is to learn how to think. It is to see all of these opposing sides of you, to make you suddenly begin to question things that you never ever took for granted, or that you never questioned before.
Right.
Things that you didn't think about, you just took things for granted. Well, philosophy is there to make you question everything. The ultimate purpose of that is to basically make you a free thinker, to inoculate you against dangerous thoughts, to prepare you for like mental dogmas, so that you will have the tools to recognize this is mental manipulation. What you're doing by removing those particular classes is you are removing the ability to do that. You are removing the student's ability to recognize then other courses as this is an attempt at indoctrination and manipulation. It's like funny, in one building on campus, you can learn to be inoculated against basically brainwashing, whereas another part of campus will actively brainwash you, and then they remove the part that inoculates against it.
Well,
that's the scary thing.
I agree. Now, I just called up, I got Cornel West's resignation letter, and I'm going to read a little bit of it. He writes, "How sad it is to see our beloved Harvard Divinity School in such decline and decay. The disarray of a scattered curriculum, the disenchantment of talented yet deferential faculty, and the disorientation of precious students loom large. When I arrived 4 years ago with a salary less than what I received 15 years earlier, and with no tenure status after being a university professor at Harvard and Princeton, I hoped and prayed I could still end my career with some semblance of intellectual intensity and personal respect. How wrong I was. With a few glorious and glaring exceptions, the shadow of Jim Crow was cast in its new glittering form expressed in the language of superficial diversity. All of my courses were subsumed under Afro-American religious studies, including those on existentialism, American democracy, and the conduct of life. No possible summer salary alongside the lowest increase possible every year, yet I delivered 2 convocation addresses and 1 commencement speech in 4 years. I was promised a year sabbatical but could only take 1 semester in practice. And to witness a faculty enthusiastically support a candidate for tenure, then timidly defer to a rejection based on the Harvard administration's hostility to the Palestinian cause was disgusting. We all knew the mendacious reason given had nothing to do with academic standards. When my committee recommended a tenure review, also rejected by the Harvard administration, I knew my academic achievements and student teaching meant far less than their political prejudices. Even my good friends in the Afro-American and African Studies Department were paralyzed given their close relations to the administration. And after teaching extra courses, including 5 courses in 1 year, the silence continued. When the announcement of the death of my beloved mother appeared in the regular newsletter, I received 2 public replies, just that of my colleague Dr. Jacqueline Olga Cook Rivers, who received none when her blessed mother died. Any ordinary announcement about a lecture, award, or professional advancement receives about 20 replies. This kind of narcissistic academic professionalism, cowardly deference to the anti-Palestinian prejudices of the Harvard administration, and indifference to my mother's death constitute an intellectual and spiritual bankruptcy of deep depths. In my case, a serious commitment to veritas requires resignation with precious memories, but absolutely no regrets. Cornell West. Man, that is scathing. That is just scathing. And you know what's amazing to me? Like, I appreciate Cornell West as a thinker, but like what you were saying, Andre, he's exactly the kind of man you want at a college.
Yes, exactly.
He's a firebrand, like he's saying. I mean, he's calling out the administration. He's calling out students. He's calling out people who are intellectually dishonest, don't stick up for their beliefs. And, you know, when I was in high school, you take debate class. And part of learning how to debate was you had to take a position you disagreed with, and yet you had to debate its merits. And that's, again, how you learn to be a thinker. And when I was in college, you know, the whole point was to be intellectually dangerous. You were supposed to be there to grapple with ideas that you hadn't grappled with before. And there wasn't any such thing as violence. Ideas weren't violent. If you were confronted by ideas that you were diametrically opposed to or you found abhorrent, you learned how to combat those ideas with good ideas of your own, and you put them into a public forum and battled it out. And the bad ideas were vanquished by people who understood how to destroy them using ideas that countered those bad ideas that were clear to everyone. And nowadays, if somebody comes on campus that you don't like, it's just like, no, we're going to protest them. They can't speak here because listening to their ideas is violence. When did that happen?
Yes, and it's a big problem. I mean, you know, getting back to Cornell West, you know, he's one of the greatest philosophers of our age. And he's a very unique person. And, you know, he encourages, you know, whether you're in a university or not, to go ahead and pursue philosophy on your own. So I think that that's very interesting because, you know, he feels that it's something that everyone can benefit from. And the idea that he has pretty much been pushed away, not just professionally, but personally, by the school, and essentially, you know, another form of downgrading the value of individuals who we're supposed to be looking towards for guidance is disturbing. I mean, we've had debates here in the U.S. recently during campaign season, and we can see the degradation of these debates and how they truly are not debates. And what we're seeing are things, you know, that, you know, like you said, Robert, in school, I had to do debate, and you had to take the pro or the con, and you couldn't deny that one didn't exist versus the other, and you had to defend each one equally in order to get a passing grade. And I'm curious as to how that idea has been lost, because our leaders certainly should be embracing that as part of their, professional behavior. But we're not seeing that. It's almost like they said they're thinking that it's okay. I don't have to do that anymore. It's not that important. But it does ruin the veritas of what this nation stands for and what people are looking towards to rely on as something that they know in the future that certain things won't happen. So, when you remove that a surety that things are going to be based on a particular method, and now you say that method doesn't mean anything and it doesn't exist, it's a free-for-all. So, it's not a surprise that the article that you read starts with like a sense of insecurity. It's the complete opposite of what we see in Star Trek, where, we're striving for people to feel more secure, to have a more stable environment, to improve our relationships with others, to improve our society overall. And, the behavior that we've been seeing, prior, let's say, at right now is not indicating that that's a direction that our universities or our country wants to go in.
No, I mean, I see that, like Dave Cullen's video is talking about the dismantling of Western civilization as if it's the root of all evil. And yet Western civilization is the one civilization that has been based on the idea that the individual and the rights of the individual are of a paramount importance. And collectivism is a dead end, and Marxism doesn't work. And we've seen that happen in the 20th century is a litany of the wreckage of what collectivism and Marxist ideology will do to the human spirit. And yet, now
we have modern examples of it. I mean, just look to Venezuela and more recently Cuba to see exactly what that kind of ideology
last week in Cuba.
Exactly. That's like the most recurrent thing here. And if you look at Venezuela, I mean, they could be top of the world. They had everything. The only thing that basically, of course, there were a couple of things, but most importantly, put in a political system that is collectivist, and then saw all of society crumble in one of the most resource-rich nations on the planet, and the whole thing crumbled because of the ideology put in there. And yeah, because this is kind of like the scary thing, because you said or you asked in the beginning here, what are you going to replace Western civilization with? That's better. But here, this is the key question, isn't it? Because Western civilization is much, much better for the majority of the people living in it.
And so yet they're all unhappy and bitch and moan and complain.
Yeah, well, of course, but when they have been told by everyone around them, when they've been told, and now like the upcoming generations, they're learning in school that Western civilization is uniquely evil. America in particular is extremely evil. There is no hope, must be dismantled. And you get this fed back through you by the media and everything like that. And there's no opposing view. The only place there is an opposing view to that are these then emerging alternative media, which can easily be dismissed and labeled as, conspiracy theorist and stuff like that. So while then the mainstream carries on its media, which appears to have the goal of kind of like getting rid of Western civilization. And as you point out, well, what's the alternative? What alternative do you want to bring in instead? And the question that needs to be asked, though, is, well, exactly who is it that is behind all this? Because they obviously don't have the best intentions of most people living there at heart.
Yes, and we certainly don't want to see our society replaced with a sort of society that's in the movie New Order, where all of a sudden, this regime is comes in at a time of weakness, when the government and the country is at a very delicate state and finds that they can take over and instill, a very oppressive a way of life for individuals. And we really don't want that. But when we see things like freedoms being taken away, or, like, let's say in the case with different rights that we have to vote on, or we hope that our government can vote on, and hopefully it will benefit everyone. A lot of times we see that people do have a lot of those rights taken away, and they don't even know it. They're completely unaware of it, which is the worst part about it, because they think everything is the same. And, they'll go on day in and day out with their lives until the day comes when they have to go ahead and do something very important, and they're not able to do it.
Here's like the thing with complacency. I've always been told that freedom is just one generation away from being snuffed away. And the danger is when you are in a complacent generation that never had to fight for freedom, that take it for completely for granted because that's all they've ever known. That's the generation that you can chip these basic freedoms away from one at a time, one tiny little thing at a time, that most people won't even notice until suddenly there's a cumulative effect.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how it's done. And what's been very interesting is we've watched that, especially here. The fairness doctrine, as you brought up, is one of those things. I mean, we had a fairness doctrine because it was a good thing to have. Mm-hmm. And I feel like there was a lot of things that because we had common sense at one point in this country, that when we have like the media and broadcast journalism and standards, like you had to fact check and verify, and there was a reason why things like the New York Times were held in such high regard, or the news when we had 3 networks. I mean, there was a responsibility that these networks had to the public trust, and they took it seriously. And it wasn't like CBS News did not have to run at a profit. It was actually part of the news organization, part of CBS that didn't. It wasn't a for-profit enterprise. They spent money, whether it was 60 Minutes or the rest of CBS News, because they wanted to have a semblance. They wanted to people to believe that the news that they were telling was unbiased and it was the truth. And somewhere over the course of our lives in the last 40 years, with the 24-hour news cycle, we've got to keep those people tuned in. We got to give them the sensationalism no matter what. And we've lost, and I see it every single day online. I made a joke on Twitter. I said, I don't think Americans could win World War II today. And everyone's like, well, Rob, America didn't win World War. I was making a joke. I was the point I was trying to make was, I don't think we could get it together. I wasn't trying to make some historically accurate statement. I mean, it was called the Allies after all. But I got all these people that were schooling me, or so they thought, about how World War II went. And I had like 50 different viewpoints on Twitter. And I'm like, have these people actually read history? Like, where are they coming from? And
sorry, carry on. I just wanted to say that, I saw that thread, and it was despairing. I truly despaired seeing all of those completely inept, historyless people respond, thinking they had the world figured out, when really all they showed was their complete and total ignorance of history, and how they basically know nothing. And worse yet, they thought they knew something. They were convinced that the way that I see this is completely right. That was the scary part. And these are some of the most stupid people I've seen this year.
I mean, it's so funny because I was just making, I would think, I'm always amazed that my Twitter feed is I'd like to say it's full of bemusement. Like, there is an element of bemusement in just about everything I tweet. It could be about my enthusiasm for Pacific Rim, or I could talk about Marvel movies, or I could talk about Star Wars, or my hatred of modern Star Trek, or whatever. But it's always with a twinge of bemusement to it. There's always, like, tongue-in-cheek, a little bit of humor, because it's for entertainment purposes. And of course I know that America didn't just step in and win World War II. Mm-hmm. You know, and it was, I would have thought that, but no. It was amazing that people jumped all over me and were like, Rob. And I'm like, gosh, no, I didn't know. I had no idea that there was anybody else fighting in World War II. It never occurred to me. You know, like, I haven't, like, loved World War II. I don't have the rise and fall of the Third Reich over there, which is a 1,500-page book that I've read twice. You know, it's like, yes, I realize that, but I was just making a sort of a darkly sardonic point that we couldn't get our shit together. That was the point I was making. I wasn't making a point about the reality of World War II. I was making a point about how America is completely paralyzed by inaction on every level of our society. And, you know, there's a friend of mine that I want to bring on later who is studying Buddhism, but she is a staunch supporter of a free China, a free Hong Kong, and I've learned a great deal from her simply by what she's been sharing with me. And she wants to come on because, man, is she, I mean, if someone wants to talk about freedom, she is somebody that wants to talk about freedom. Her parents, her brother lives in the UK, her parents live in Hong Kong, and what's been going on over the last year, Hong Kong's been in the news. If you haven't been following what's been going on in Hong Kong, what's been going on with China, I mean, China is weird because they've basically convinced their population that you guys can be capitalists if you want. You can have everything you need. You want a Yves Saint Laurent ripoff bag, you can have it. But on the other hand, wow, they're a very, very dangerous people. I'm not the Chinese, the government.
Yes, and there's so many things in there that I want to address, and of course, for people who don't know, you know, Hong Kong is one of the biggest financial centers in the world, and you know, when Great Britain pulled out, or the UK, or however you want to describe it, you know, China was supposed to ease their way into reclaiming power there, and it hasn't been an easy transition.
No.
And people have been oppressed, and you know, people who were leaders, government officials in Hong Kong are in exile. You know, it's kind of a very bad situation for them there. And you know, it really broke my heart to see it happen. What was it, 1994, that the United Kingdom kind of pulled out of there? But
97, I think
97 was the final they left.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have a friend from Hong Kong, and what he said is basically that people from Hong Kong, ideally they want complete independence from China, but like some are even like, can't please the British come back because we were better off then.
Yeah, it's quite a very difficult situation for them, and they don't deserve this, you know. And I just wish that something could be worked out, and they could find some way of being independent at some point. But it's an unfortunate situation, and it doesn't feel like something that any you know, modern country should be going through right now, but they are. So you know, my heart goes out to them. But the other thing that I wanted to mention about this and is about how, you know, like how we're speaking to one another, and you know, the way that we treat one another when we think someone might have made a mistake. So, you know, obviously, Robert, you did not make a mistake. I just put that out clear, just to be clear about what I'm saying. But, you know, we all, you know, are supposed to be interacting with one another and having respect for one another. And, you know, I think that, you know, that somehow feels like it's gotten lost along the way. And, you know, the ability to even have a conversation, and I know we've touched on this before, you know, has also seems to have been lost. And I think a lot of that is due to, you know, the polarization of ideas. Because, you know, at some point, you know, it seems like people are convincing themselves that they're right. And I get that. But what do you do when you feel you're right and you have an opposing view? How do you behave? I mean, this is so important. Do you, you know, go ahead and, you know, call the person out for every single little thing, or, you know, like, or do you give the person a chance to speak and explain themselves and listen? And even when you don't agree with that, you know, like how you behave is so important. You know, it's unnecessary to go tit for tat for things that really were not even the point of the matter of what you were talking about. And we're seeing a lot of that. We're seeing a lot of the pettiness, and it's wasting a lot of our time from stuff that we need to be concentrating on to make sure that things are right for people in the world.
Well, what's frustrating is we were on a pretty good path. Things were getting better. And I always like to point to, I've got a friend who I've known since I was a little kid. I brought this up on the show before. He's a gay man, and he got married to his husband, and he's one of the greatest people I know. And, he said to me, I can't believe I never thought this day would come. Growing up the way I grew up in the 70s and 80s as a kid, I never thought that there would be the idea I could marry the man I love and have a family. I never thought that would happen. And not only did it happen quickly, but it became the law of the land. And we are on, because ultimately, I believe that human beings are inclined to, and I know people are pessimists, I'm an optimist, but human beings we're on a path to do things usually better. Like, we want to make lives better. We want to ultimately help people. And I think that because the way of being, it's always better to help your neighbor, your fellow man, your fellow woman, your fellow person, because ultimately it makes everyone's life better. A high tide raises all ships. When your neighbors are all prospering, it makes your neighborhood a better place to live. And that also takes a bit of humility. You helping someone else might not help you. It might not benefit you personally in the long run, but it benefits the body politic. And I think that that's something that we as human beings, I mean, people always say, well, do you have to have a religious belief to do good? I mean, doesn't it? If you don't believe in God, how can you be expected to do good things? Why be a moral person? And my whole thing is that, well, because when you're self-aware, when you're a sentient being, isn't it better that your fellow beings are taken care of? Isn't that a better way to live? And I think it is a better way to live, and it's self-evident, because if your neighborhood is secure and your neighbors are secure in their lives and their livelihoods and where they live and their families, it's better for everybody. It's just inherently better. You don't need a moral reason. You don't need an ethical reason. It just makes, well, if we're not surviving, if we're not running across the African veldt being chased by predators and hiding in caves at night, we have agriculture and hot and cold running water, and we have all these things. It's better if we have a stable society. And we know this, and we were working towards that, and that's what Western civilization really is all about. We had the Enlightenment because we had philosophy and we had art, and we had, you walk into a museum, and having a museum where you can be contemplative by looking at the human truths that artists have painted on canvases for centuries. I mean, that enriches your life. Whether you like it or not, some people do, whatever. You might not enjoy museums, but you have to admit that all of this striving that we've made, all of the art we create, all of the music, and even if somebody puts a park bench in a little bit of grassland that might be down the street, it's someplace where you can sit and for a moment stop and look up and see the grass or see. We know what makes human lives better, and yet we're starting to deny all of this. And I don't understand why this is coming to pass. Why is this happening? Because I feel like up until about 10 years ago, things were okay. They were on a pretty good upward, we're ascending. But now something has happened where everybody, I no longer believe that my fellow Americans always have my best interests at heart. I don't believe it. I believe that half of the country does not have my best interests at heart. And I never felt that way up until about 5 or 6 years ago. And that freaks me out.
Yeah, and that is an unfortunate statement to hear from, and I'm sad that, and there may be truth to this ultimately, Robert. I don't want to think of a world that's like that.
I don't either.
But we are more and more exposed to the truth as we hear our neighbors' comments and beliefs on a daily basis. You know, and now we know a little bit more about perhaps how our country feels about ideas and also about one another. And it is somewhat disturbing to see that truth, which I think was somewhat more hidden and easier to deal with because it was just an unknown. But in the article, the author says most of us think of philosophy as an arcane subject remote from our day-to-day concerns. And, you know, I think that that's very interesting because, you know, pretty much philosophy is the basis of everything.
Everything.
So, you know, it's very difficult to imagine a world without it. And I don't understand why it seems like there's a trend towards maybe not eliminating it, but devaluing it, devaluing its role in our day-to-day lives. And, you know, clearly it's important. You know, it's these ideas that we need in order to function as a society and to actually strive for better things. And, you know, you had mentioned Star Trek, and obviously that's an ideal that we all want to strive to. But I don't think anyone in Star Trek, if they were confronted with someone who made an error or had an opposing view, would respond to that person in the way that we respond to others, you know, nowadays,
No.
or the types of behaviors that we're seeing. And I think that, you know, that's something, I'm sure there is some philosopher out there who's addressed the notion of, you know, the way that we respond to others and the effect that it has. Because I've heard people say things to the degree of, well, you know, he was so pissed off at me, now I don't even care anymore. You know, like the response from one individual has completely changed their philosophy into they used to care, but now they don't care anymore. And I think that that's a very interesting look at the way that a person sees their society. Could one person really change your belief that much? And if they do, you know, how easy is it to change your beliefs overall? Do you actually have a possession of a belief that is strong enough so that if another person, just one person, challenges it or makes you feel that you've lost faith in it, that you still will continue with that belief? So, you know, I just can't. I don't know. I really fear that, you know, some of these ideas that people may possess are just overall not good for them if they're not so easy to sort of hold on to. And obviously the reason why they're having difficulty holding on to some of them is because, you know, the veritas is not there.
Well, that's exactly right. I just wanted to,
No, please, go ahead, Andre. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, because here's like the thing that what I see has happened, just looking from outside, is that the American populace has been radicalized. One side more than the other. They have been radicalized by their heads being filled with a bunch of garbage ideas with flimsy evidence. But the opposing point of view, the inoculation against these bad ideas, has been suppressed. Worse yet, you have had like active movement in universities and stuff to suppress this with like hate speech is violence and opposing my firmly held beliefs. That's hate speech. That's basically what it is. You say something that I don't like, that challenges my point of view. Well, that's hate speech now. That's basically what it is. So what has happened is that like there's kind of like this narrative or like this really insidious mix of toxic ideas that have been allowed to foster. And these ideas, they will not stand up to scrutiny, not in the slightest. And then if they are challenged, well, then the whole thing might come apart. But if the mind has come to accept these things, then you get painful cognitive dissonance if anyone tries to challenge it. So then best not to think about anything that possibly can challenge these ideas, attack the character of the person bringing up these point of views, and then just dig deeper and deeper. I mean, you only need to look at other places where you have extreme interpretations of religions and stuff. You have exactly the same thing. I mean, it's like the more extreme you are in a certain point of view, the harsher you take to anyone that can do anything to challenge it. And that is what I see happening in the US. People have been radicalized. They have like these notions of really toxic, weirdo ideas that will not stand up to scrutiny, but rather than allow that scrutiny to happen, far better to annihilate everyone that could say anything heresy, like get rid of the heretics, so you can continue to foster on with your terrible, terrible ideas. And it's really, really dangerous. And what is so scary to me is that all of the institutions that usually would be the ones to protect you from these things, the ones that should stand up for it, well, they are the ones that are the most compromised. They are the lead instigators. You have the media that no longer has to give the opposing views. They can further the narrative, radicalize and drive the population that already believes in them completely nuts. And then, of course, yeah, you have the universities. And I will again repeat what I have read some editorials and stuff here in Norway, where we are not that level, but you have like some people that are like, we really have to bring the stuff that they're doing in America. We really have to bring that over here. I mean, they got it covered. Like they have deplatforming and cancel culture, all that good stuff that we can use to silence those that disagree with us. We need to bring that stuff over here. And then, of course, luckily, you have some people that say that what's happening in America right now is worse than Baader-Meinhof ever was in Germany. This is the worst we've ever seen. And we have to take measures now to prevent these dangerous, outright totalitarian mindsets from ever getting roothold in our universities. So they're actively calling American university environments totalitarian. Norwegian university environments.
I don't know if you've followed what's been going on in Texas, but now with abortion, now they're making it so you can inform on your fellow citizen. If somebody gets an abortion, they're leaving it up to people to go after you. Like, because abortion basically has almost been made illegal. It's not quite there yet, but they're allowing private citizens to police their other fellow citizens. Reproductive rights. I mean, this is frightening.
Oh, that's just one example. I mean, you have the exact same thing. I've seen the same thing with like masking and stuff like that. Do you know someone that doesn't mask? Inform on them. Call this number. It's the opposite side of the scale, but exactly the same thing. You have the populace, the ones that agree with you, acting as police informants, basically. I mean, again, this is straight out of the playbook of some very nasty people in Germany in the 1940s.
Oh, yes.
And both sides are guilty of it. So it's not just one side.
No,
it's radicalization on both sides.
Completely agree. But the idea of informing on your fellow citizen, you know, and what it does is it appeals, like everybody wants to do good. So what people are doing is here, by informing on your fellow citizen, you're doing a good thing. This is right out of Fascism 101. This is exactly how you create a totalitarian regime. Yes. And the fact, like, I've read Brave New World. I've read 1984. I don't think people remember what Orwellian actually means.
They weren't supposed to be instruction manuals, but that's how they're being taken.
I've watched every single dystopian science fiction film that came out in the 70s. I've seen them all. Everything from Oliver Reed and ZPG, Zero Population Growth. There's one for you, but it's out on Blu-ray. You can see it. Yeah. Thank you, Kino Lorber. But my God, I mean, I feel like we are in this weird, dystopian, bizarre civilization that it was subsumed by I don't know who or what, but it happened in the space of less than a decade, and we're here. We're in it. We're already in it. We're in it. We're in the midst of it all, and at the same time, we've got people like well, Rob, it's like raining in Germany. How is that climate change? Isn't everything supposed to be hot? And I'm like, okay, what the
That's not how
fuck?
climate change
Well,
works.
I'm
Again,
like,
that's people
are
that
you?
think
We
they
got
know
heat
something.
domes. I'm from Seattle. The idea that it got to 120 degrees, this is a problem. Like this isn't like a portent of things to come. We're here. We're at. I mean, look up Venus condition. I mean, we're not quite there yet, but my God, it's unbelievable to me and the idea that science is falling now on ideological lines. Like, depending on what your belief is, if you're right, if you're more to the right or more to the left, your science changes. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why? Like, here's the thing. There's lots of plastic in the ocean. There's 5 gyres where
Yes.
there's plastic the size of Texas. How about let's not have that happen? Can't we all agree that the oceans are the bloodstream of this planet? And that's where our life begins. Why would you want any plastic in the ocean? Why is there an acceptable level of arsenic in our groundwater? How about no arsenic in the groundwater? How about no parts per million? And yet we're always being like, well, there's an acceptable level of pollution. How about no pollution? We live in a closed system. We're living in our own filth. We're breathing it in. You wouldn't do this in your house. So why are we doing it on a global scale without somebody going, yeah, we probably shouldn't do that? And like people will say, well, industry needs to, Rob, our businesses need to go on. People need to be working. We have to clear cut the Amazon. Oh yeah, really? Do we? Really? Do we? It's just amazing that we live in a world where people are like ultimately, I just don't, how do you not understand that we live in a system that has evolved over billions of years? It was engineered to work, not by God, but by natural selection. Maybe God dropped the seed here, but 4 billion years of evolution created an ecosystem from the smallest microbiological entity all the way up to pachyderms. And everything on this planet needs to work in tandem for all of us to live. And the only entity that's fucking that up is us. And we fucked it up in 100 years. And I don't understand why people, well, Rob, global warming is just a theory. No. We're spewing particulate matter into the atmosphere. Like, if you start a fire in your fireplace and you don't open the vent, your house is going to fill with smoke. How is this not understood on a global level? That's what we're doing. We have smokestacks, but there is no vent going out into space. Everything we put in the atmosphere is still here. It doesn't go anywhere. Why don't people get that?
Yeah, it's disturbing. I'm sorry, Andre. It's disturbing that they seem to discount it. And also, one other thing is getting back to what do we do when someone makes a mistake? We have these climate scientists who are like geniuses. They have to remember so many variables and take so many things into consideration. And something that I have also noticed is that, when they're giving their reports or doing something, and these are like complicated, complicated reports about what would happen if there was a hurricane or a natural disaster, and they provide, because this is part of their jobs to provide that report so that we can prepare, in a future event if something bad were to happen, like a natural disaster. And I've seen them, give talks and different things, and even those experts who just, are incredible to even pursue a field like this. If they make a mistake, if there's something that they've said that's just incorrect, one thing, some people in their mind have decided that if this person makes a mistake or an error, I can't ever trust what they have to say. Everything that they said is wrong. They were wrong here. They were wrong with that point. clearly everything else that they're an expert on must be incorrect. I can't go ahead and discount this error they've made. I don't believe them now, and I think that that's also some really dangerous pattern. And but it's happening. This is something that they feel the need to go ahead and challenge someone who's just trying to help everyone else. But I think it's a very odd line of to go down as what is your main focus in life, is to find these errors that a person might have made, challenge them, and then discount everything that they've worked so hard to help pretty much the rest of the world with.
By the way, someone in the chat said I'm getting too far left. How am I getting too far left?
Well, that's the issue, isn't it? It's like some areas. It's complete. Well, first of all, I object to the whole far right, far left distinction. You know how I see it? How I see it the way that it should be seen. Instead of, like, people imagine, you have like this imagination of, you have like a scale of politics where you have right in one end and you have left in the others. And then you have extreme. I think that is an extremely unfortunate visualization, which means that you miss the bigger picture. Instead, imagine that you have like a straight line, and then you look from above and you see that what you thought was a straight line, in reality, it's a circle. And on that circle, you have like 4 points, where on one point you have individualism, and on the other you have collectivism. So that's like two extremes. And then adjacent them, then you have what are the different ways of achieving those different goals. Then you have freedom and liberty on one hand, and you have increasing totalitarianism and control on the other. The point here is that the extreme left and extreme right aren't two opposing sides. They're exactly the same, and they meet each other in the end. That's what you don't see when visualizing it as too far left, too far right. They're the same thing. It's not that they go different ways. They go towards the same goal. They go to the further you go to an extreme, the further you go into totalitarianism, and that's indistinguishable on the right and the left. It's like where in the center. That's where you have like the major differences. Towards the extremes, it gets more and more similar.
I mean, I want to be clear. I'm a staunch individualist.
Exactly.
I believe in the sovereign individual. I'm not a collectivist, and I used to consider myself a classical liberal, and my mind is open. I like to listen to people who have ideas from all walks of life, all philosophical disciplines. I'll listen to anyone and, consider what they have to say. And in terms of if you think that my idea of our environmental look, we shouldn't. Would you leave your kitchen 10% dirty? Would you leave dirty dishes in your kitchen festering in the corner and just leave them there? You wouldn't. Why? Because you don't want cockroaches and bugs and whatever mold and whatever smells you're going to have. You don't want that because you eat there. I mean, I believe that basically our planet is full of 10% dirty dishes on a global scale. And we allow it. And we get used to it. We're living in our own filth. And why? That's not leftist. That's just, well, how about I want to survive?
At the same time, though, this what I think is so frustrating is because the people that really should be advocating the environment, I think many of them do a really, really bad job. Because I'm not going to say anything about the States. Let's just go to Norway. In Norway, we have a party that's simply called the Green.
Sure.
Which is basically Eva Thunberg, the political party. That's kind of what it is. And their cause is a noble one. Absolutely it is. But the challenge is that they lack any kind of, in my opinion then, they lack any kind of scale of the bigger picture. because like what they have like as a mindset is that, okay, now we are going to use this local environment where we have political influence. We're going to show the world what we can do. So we are going to make this area completely unlivable for the local population that actually live here, because we're going to take away their rights to drive to their houses. We're going to spend billions of taxpayer money on all of these very local environmental initiatives and stuff like that. And the end result of that is that, yeah, in winters there is a tiny little bit better air quality, because you have less like localized pollution from like the winter wheels grinding against the asphalt in winter. You have slightly less than that because you practically banned cars in the local area. So
Right.
that's good and well. That's like the one thing that they actually did achieve for the environment. What they did on a whole, though, is that they crippled the economy. They made the area unlivable for a big part of the population. And on a planetary scale, it means pretty much nothing, because what Norway does as a whole is really not all that much. And what this area that they can control does is even less. So on the planetary scale, you have to do measures everywhere, but the biggest measures has to be the biggest freaking polluters. And the point is that you really did sacrifices on the lives of the people in the local community, and it means nothing, because 10 minutes in a coal factory in China that they're opening more and more of every single time will completely undermine every single effort made there on a global scale.
Well, I think you bring up a great point, which is you really need to understand what we're doing. I mean, you can't
exactly. You need to know what you're doing, because because the way that I see much of the movement is that they go and they demand that you individual, you have to make a huge sacrifice. You are not really the problem. Yeah, you may have to do some, but what's going to take to clean this up is a huge global concerted effort. And the ones that really need to lead the charge aren't even part of it.
Right. Right.
So
exactly.
As it is right now, you can completely cripple the American economy and everything like that. And honestly, it's going to be for naught, because that's not where most of the pollution happens these days, including the plastic.
I know, absolutely. Now, Andre, you said you were good for an hour tonight. We've kept you over.
Yeah, I got a little bit more longer. I got like another 20 minutes or so.
Okay, another 20 minutes. Good, because I've got another guest I want to bring on who she's a firebrand. I can't wait to hear what she has to say.
I'll bow out for her. No problem.
I've never had her on the show before, so hey, I can only say I hope she's a scintillating personality. Her online personality certainly is. She's a very smart girl that knows a lot more about what's going on in China than I do.
Oh, that should be interesting.
It should be interesting. But all right, but no, I want to keep you on for a couple more minutes, because I did want to read something that was in this article that I sent, and I wanted to get your both of your thoughts.
Okay.
In this article, it says, "It's hard to know what to do in this complicated world. Luckily, we don't develop beliefs entirely on our own. Early in life, we absorb beliefs from our parents and our teachers, and many of our beliefs still come from other people. When you run into one of life's many perplexities, you'll want to take your advice from someone familiar with that type of problem. A physician to mend your broken arm, an auto mechanic to make your car go, a local resident to point you toward Elm Street. We're all a part of a social belief network. Example, I'm not a climate scientist, so I lack firsthand acquaintance with the evidence for climate change. Few of my actions depend on my climate change beliefs, and I have no way of testing the theory in my own personal life. But as more and more of the sources I trusted were won over to the climate change view, I came around, not because I reviewed their evidence, but because I trusted their expertise. We don't always like the advice the experts give us. Does my car really need a new engine? My body a hip replacement? Must I give up drinking? But however we resist, we know from experience that we're usually better off relying on expert advice. When I fly cross country, I trust the expertise of the pilots, the aircraft mechanics, the air traffic controllers, and a host of others to get me there safely. We all depend on a vast network of experts, few of whom we know personally or whose jobs we could easily step into. Most of us have our own roles to play, and our playing them well benefits us all. I agreed with that, but I feel like we live in a world where expertise is being denigrated, downplayed. People that have degrees, that spend their lives studying things, we're like, what the fuck do those people know? Mm-hmm. And I find that insane. Like, you know what? Look, everyone thinks they know how to make movies. That's fine. People tell me how to make movies all the time that have never worked in film. That's fine. I get it. We all watch movies. But I would never tell a brain surgeon how to operate on the medulla, whatever it is, the oblongata, whatever the fuck. Oblongata. The medulla, it sounds like a Police album. But I would never, that was Zenyatta Bandata, whatever. But anyway, I would never tell a brain surgeon what to go do with themselves. And yet we want to poo-poo all the experts. Well, what the fuck do those people know? Well, we used to think they knew something, but now we live in a world where apparently no one knows anything. And if we don't trust the people that have spent their lives studying something, where are we now? What do we do? What do you guys think?
Yeah, it used to be, we are challenging experts, but in the wrong way. It used to be that if you went to a doctor and you went for a heart condition and they gave you a diagnosis and you had any concerns about that diagnosis, your next reaction wouldn't be necessarily to tell the doctor that they're wrong or to go to the internet or look up how, to solve the problem. You go to another doctor, another expert for a second opinion. And, I think that people are thinking, well, I don't have to even do that anymore.
Right.
I can go ahead and look up the information, or I read an article and this is telling me what I need to know. Things don't actually work like that. It's a fantasy. And I think a lot of people are holding on to that fantasy, that they can make these decisions wholly and completely uninformed decisions that have a dramatic effect over their life. And sadly, there's no way for anyone, to help them with this, because they've made this decision on their own to disregard important information that affects their lives.
What do you think, Andre?
I think there's two sides to it. One is obviously we should trust the people that have an expertise that we do not. But here's like the thing, that those people are. It's very, very easy to attack their credibility for in a number of ways. Like, before we get back to the topic at hand, let's just go back to smoking. So back in like the 60s and 70s, when first studies were coming out that smoking just might be bad for you, like it might even end you, then those came from scientists. But the tobacco companies hired other scientists to do other tailored studies that showed the opposite result, so that you could dispute the findings, right? And of course, these studies these were paid for specifically to quibble the evidence. And that's bad, because it kind of like it's an embarrassment to all of science when you have something that's not actual science. Instead, it's something that is done for a purpose. Someone was paid to abuse science to achieve a specific result. And this is something that happens to this day. It happens very, very frequently. The problem with that is that when these reports then leak into the media, or not even leak, when they're actually released into the media, what normal people then are left with is the impression that one thing is good for you one day and is really bad for you another day. Just
Yeah.
look at traditional science. This way, even without there being necessarily any like bigger nefarious purpose or anything, the entire field of science and scientists get actively involved with destroying their own credibility due to organized infighting. So that's one thing. This is something that reduces faith and trust in the entirety of the
A
field.
very, very good point, sir.
Then you have another thing as well, and this is also something else that's equally bad, and that is you have many scientists that also, and these are very high-profile public ones, that get their roles as scientists confused with other roles, where they go from saying, science suggests this, therefore you need to do this, so that they become involved on their own accord in an ideology. And that way, also, whatever they say later on is discredited. I mean, just to take like one example of that, you could not even say, like here on YouTube, we couldn't even point to where does the beer bug currently doing its rounds, where did it originate from? Should we look into like this thing that it might have come out of a lab? Nope, that's complete pseudoscience. You cannot even say that, or your channel will get shut down, you will be shunned, all of those things. And as it turned out, actually, that's what science says. Science says that, yeah, it came from a lab. That's what science says, and it said it the whole time. But you have actual scientists taking part in suppressing that, and only now is it coming out. That way, the field of science is doing a very, very good job at undermining itself.
Yes.
And then you can't really blame the populace for suddenly no longer believing automatically in what science says, when you have different researchers and professors all disagreeing on what the science actually says. So what science says is a fact. And then it's an interpretation. What do you want to do with that? And that is where science and ideology suddenly gets intermingled, and sometimes in very, very toxic ways. And the moment that happens, you're kind of on shaky ground, because then what are the populace allowed to believe? Should we believe these same scientists that said like one that also, and just go with like the masking, how it's been like a complete 180 on that, and science was always blamed for it. What are people to do?
Well, I mean, what's really interesting is that, I mean, let's face it. If this did escape from a lab, which by all accounts, that's obviously a hypothesis that seems pretty credible.
It's a hypothesis that science says is extremely likely to be accurate.
Yes,
Science actually says it must have happened this way because it couldn't have happened the other. That's what science says.
It's the law of I can't remember what it's called. Occam's razor.
Occam's razor. The simplest thing is true. And I'll tell you something else. Then you have a communist government that's all about saving face. You know, and of course they'll suppress any whiff of wrongdoing or that they were responsible. I mean, the fact is, in the last 100 years, aside from world wars, the idea that a government, through their inaction or their suppression of information, allowed millions of people to die and crippling the economy of the planet for the better part of what's going to be ultimately 5 years, maybe. They did.
We don't know that yet. How long it's going to last?
Yeah, it could be a lot. I mean, but they did it. They fucked us. And the thing is, let's make no mistake. As much as I like my hot toys, I do, and I like getting cheap plastic products and all that. When you have a government like the communist government of China, they do not give a fuck about our well-being. They don't care. And yet we need their money. And what's really interesting is what I love about all of this is it makes us It's a very science fiction-y story. We are willing to give up our freedom, our way of life, all of our beliefs to appease them because they're willing to compromise human rights to give us free shit or shit that we don't have to pay very much for.
And here's the key point. Here's the key point. Who's the we? Who's the we who's willing to do that? It's I'm not okay with it. It's being done on my behalf, but I'm not okay. So again, here's the key point. Who is this we? And here again, you have the fracture of civilization or anything. Who is this we that said this was okay? Who is this we that said it's okay to give up our freedoms and everything?
Well, you're right about that. No, who is it, Andre?
I cannot claim that I have the final answer, but I can
think,
say
but we all really know. But we all really know what it is.
I'm not going to say it, but yeah.
Well, I would say it is all of us, because we want to get stuff that isn't expensive. We are willing to give up our well-being, and we are willing for comfort. I mean, it's us. We are responsible for all of this because we have seeded manufacturing all to make our lives easier. But
again, who is this we?
All of us.
No, I disagree with that. I'm sorry, I have to disagree. We did not, we in the West did not agree to sign off the entirety of our production facility and industry, aka the lifeblood of a nation's economy, to get cheaper and worse stuff. I did not sign off on that, and I'd be very happy to pay more for local quality, for locally produced things that actually help the economy. I'd do that anytime. You know what the problem is? That right now I go to a store and I'm looking for furniture or whatever, and I'm trying to find something that was made, well, if not in Norway, then at the very least in Europe. Hell, I'll take America. It's almost impossible to find something that wasn't made in China. Here's the thing. I didn't agree on that. I didn't sign off on that. I never voted for that. Not once. I know there's some people, obviously, there's many people, but those people took that choice on behalf of everyone else without being asked to.
Well,
and Robert,
you're right.
I'm sorry. Before Andre leaves, I just wanted to mention that he might have some super chats that might people might be asking questions. I'm not sure.
Yes, I have a ton of super chats from people, and I would love to let me get through these. Well, not a ton, but first of all, Ron C sent in an astonishing super chat. So Ron C, thank you. Ron C says, "Ladies and gentlemen, morning metal. I like to say I've been enjoying Loki episodes only for the color palette and the depth of the camera lens. However, I will say this. Thank you, Disney, for having a man kiss a woman. It was very refreshing." And now I gotta respond to this. Ron C, people call me a Disney shill, but let me tell you something about the MCU. We need a lot more fucking going on. Can I just say that? I want to see some fucking. I want to see some kissing, and watching Loki kiss Sylvie. I mean, they're different entities from different universes. Finally, I love watching these Marvel movies, but I have to tell you, my dick never got hard once. In 24 films, and I'm a sexual dude. I'm waiting for somebody to like boom, chicka boom, boom. I mean, we got some beautiful people in these movies. I've watched 24 movies where no one got busy. Like, I understand no one got busy. Like, Tony Stark is a playboy. I mean, I want to see Pepper Potts tying him up. A little bit of rim job action. Oh, whatever. I spilled. I want to see some action going on. Nothing is happening. And my God, we got one kiss. One kiss, and I felt something happening in my loins. You are absolutely right, Ron C. So thank you for that. Sex has to be part. If you're a superhero and look like Thor, you got to be doing a lot of fucking.
It's got to be like in The Watchmen.
Yeah, man. Like, and they were fucked up. They were fucked up people. Thor's like, I mean, I fucked tens of thousands of women. Who doesn't want to just ride me? No one, everyone across all the universes. Thank God. And now we're like excited someone kissed somebody. Ron C., thank you for that. Ash Chowan says, helicopter parents who had kids before they themselves could mature into adults have turned their kids into coddled adults. The conformity and anonymity of the digital world added to our ubiquitous idiocy. As a result, no one thinks, everyone just reacts. What do you think? Is that true?
There's something to it. I mean, like, emotional reactions can be pesky things, can't they?
And in the article that you had, there's a section about why the anger. And we've been seeing reactions of anger, extreme anger, that are just, coming from a different place. I just, don't believe that the anger is really rooted in their belief system. I think it's probably transference from something else.
Mm.
Yeah, indeed. And I have to bow out here pretty soon. I just want to address one comment to someone that referred to the entirety of production being taken away from the West as it's capitalism, Andre. No, I disagree. That's not capitalism. That's oligarchy. That's something else. That is oligarchy. That's not capitalism. Because again, this is like conflicting or confusing ideologies, thinking that capitalism did all this and that. Actually, no, it didn't. That whole thing there, that organized moving of production, if anything, that's communism. That's taking control of the production chains. So here, that's the perfect oligarchy. Under capitalism, you would never do that. Under capitalism, you would produce where it's cheapest, obviously, but within limits. There's nothing in capitalism that says, oh, we're going to strip absolutely all production, all employment, everything away from this part of the world and shift it there. That's oligarchy.
And I agree. And by the way, I mean, we somehow, it costs more to manufacture things because we're exploiting workers in the rest of the world. We're getting cheap labor because the cost of living is different. But what about our people? On one hand, we want to support the general welfare and liberty, prosperity, whatever, and yet we don't believe in that. We'd rather if we can get it cheaper, let's get people in third world countries that don't have the quality of life that we do and exploit them.
And I would say though that we, again, I have to, because I hate the word
you're right.
That we isn't us, the people. That's they, the owners of the companies, decided. You know what? I can get a bigger bottom line if I fire all of those people in America or in Europe or wherever, so they have no livelihood. I'll fire all of those people and I'll shift the production to China or India, wherever, where I can pay much, much less. I can get slightly substandard products, and the people in America won't have any jobs or anything like that, but it doesn't matter because I get a bigger dividend. Those are the we who made
it's true. I mean, look.
And it's slave labor, guys. The amount they're getting paid is practically way below any.
At the same time, though, that is what has allowed India and China to prosper as much. It's basically the West having moved all of our production jobs to just shifted those jobs straight to low-cost countries and not replacing them with anything else.
Agreed.
What capitalism says. You know what would be actual capitalism? Actual capitalism would be we keep our production facilities here and they make their own production facilities there, and we both serve our respective local markets. That's capitalism. Shifting all the production in the world to one place is oligarchy.
I agree.
And
listen, Andre,
never voted for it. Again, I don't want to be nasty here. I just like
No,
that really
no,
No, I
irks
think
me
you're.
when people
I
say
think
that.
you're
It's a good
absolutely
point.
right. I think
Maybe
it's a
the
point.
people never wanted that. We never voted for it.
no,
It's a
no one
very.
asked
It's.
for this.
I completely agree with you. I 100%.
Yeah, like no people here ever got the choice that I want to pay slightly less for my PlayStation 5, so I'm okay with all production being shifted. I'm sure if people got like the choice, okay, do you want a continued economic growth? You want people here, like 50 million people stateside to have jobs, but that's going to mean that your PlayStation, which is already expensive, is going to cost $50 more. I think that very few, or forget the PlayStation. That whatever little thing in the supermarket is going to cost $9 instead of $8.
It
Right.
certainly came at a price.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we, the people, never made that choice. It was
No,
done
you're
for us.
absolutely right. I mean,
Rather, it was done to us because it's an abuse of the people.
it's a
And
great
it was
point.
done to us, not by us.
Well, listen, sir, I want to say once again, thank you so much for your time. Andre, tell the people who might not know, and I don't know why they wouldn't, but if they don't, tell us about Midnight's Edge. Where can they find you?
You can find me over at Midnight's Edge, which is a YouTube channel where we cover the entertainment industry. The difference is that we do it from a more of a behind-the-scenes perspective. We're more interested in the corporate angle and how corporate politics and practices ultimately affect what happens on screen, more so than anything else. That's like our unique angle. So if you want more takes like that and contrarian thoughts like how we didn't choose this because it was done to us,
Yep.
Midnight's Edge is the place to go.
Well, I've been a fan of yours, and I've been a fan of the channel for years, and you've been gracious to allow me to appear sometimes with you guys, and I'm a better person for it. So thank you for gracing my channel with your presence. It means a lot to me. So thank you so much, and I bid you a fine farewell, and we will all continue to fight the good fight, sir.
Exactly, because we're all in this together. That's the important thing.
And it ain't gonna last forever.
And with that, thanks for having me, and love coming here. And of course, the door is always open on Midnight's Edge to the both of you. You know that.
Thank you, Andre.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
All right, I'll see you later. Well, well, that was pretty stellar.
Yes,
Well, you know what? I got to tell you, I want to thank you for being the like. I don't think people understand that you're an intellectual. You're a highly educated person, and normally it's so fantastic not to be like to talk about necessarily the MCU or Star Trek or whatever. I love the fact that you can be my co-host here and we can talk philosophy and culture and be respectful and all that. So thank you. And by the way, you've just made me look amazing that you're my co-host on Friday nights. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, Robert. It's my pleasure.
By the way, we're not done yet.
No.
We're not done, right? You've got time.
Yes.
I have a friend that I want to bring on, and I'm going to send her. I don't know. Maybe, who knows if she'll come on? But she knows more about China than I've forgotten about Star Trek. So
I'd love to hear her perspective if she's available.
Yes, I'm hoping she will be. Let's see. I'm just trying to figure out. I don't know why. For whatever reason, I can't. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, I'm sending her the link. She has it. She might not come on. You can't. You ask people to come on YouTube. You never know whether they like to do those things or not. But if she does want to come on, she's available. And it's funny because I've never actually spoken to her, so I don't know what she looks like or what she sounds like. So it'd be interesting to see. I know, right? You're like, okay, well, that could be fun, or it could be crazy. You never know. So let me ask you this. Okay, we've got some super chats, and I do want to. There's a few great ones. Oh well, she did come.
Oh,
She's here.
right.
Hopefully, I don't know if. There she is.
Hi.
Now I have to say before you you I don't know if you have headphones or anything because we can hear I can hear my voice. All right. Well, this is going to be interesting because okay, I'm excited for this. So this is going to be fun. So let me ask you, before I set this up, we do have a few super chats that I want to get through.
Yes.
So let's do that, and then I will bring on Zephyr. So Donnie Hartzell says, "Hate is money. It sucks, and it keeps you mad and afraid." What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a manipulation. I mean, that emotion can affect the way that you behave and pretty much, take you away from doing the things you want to do. So it can be very manipulative, and sometimes it's not easy to let go of that type of a feeling. And this article was talking about the reasons why people have this anger or are holding on to anger, and how it's manifesting inside of them. And it's something we have to address because it's almost impossible to speak to somebody when they're that angry.
Yes, I agree with you. So, but how? Look, there's a lot of angry people. How do you suggest? I mean, are they beyond help?
No, they're not beyond help. But they do need to be listened to, and that's another thing that is very important. Even though they may have an opposing view, you probably should just listen to what they have to say and talk to them. The way that you would talk to somebody that you care about. It's really important to have that general sense of empathy towards others.
I couldn't agree more. But we live in a time where empathy seems to be in short supply.
Unfortunately.
I don't quite understand why that's the case, but when did we become that way? I don't know. So listen, we have a new guest and someone who's never been on the show, somebody who I've actually never met in person or even heard her voice. I just caught a glimpse of it, and I've gotten to know her a little bit through the internet. But again, hey, look, she could be crazy. I don't know, but she could be absolutely insane. But we'll call her Zephyr Chan, and she knows more about China than I've forgotten about Star Trek. So please welcome her. Zephyr, I haven't even seen. Can we hear you? I don't know.
Yes. Can you? Can you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. So you are a firebrand when it comes to China.
Yes, because of mostly because of their broken promises, especially to Hong Kong.
Well, okay. Now, first of all, because you've never been here before, I would ask you, give us a little bit of your background. I mean, I know your brother is a doctor in the UK.
Yes, he works in right now he works in accident and emergency.
And your parents live in Hong Kong.
Yes.
And you are in the Bay Area.
Yes.
And tell everyone what you're studying.
Right now, I'm studying Tiantai Buddhist philosophy. And Tiantai Buddhism is the tradition that places the highest esteem on the Lotus Sutra.
And what is that?
The Lotus Sutra is basically a collection of stories. So it doesn't. So unlike other sutras, like the Avatamsaka or Flower Garland Sutra or Huayan Jing, that actually has more straightforward philosophy. The Lotus Sutra basically requires more interpretation because it does their philosophizing in allegory and stories.
Which basically is allegory and stories is our stock and trade. Everything we love are allegories and stories, really. and yet you come from one of the most ancient civilizations that is currently here on the planet. But now I want to ask you, I mean, judging by your retweets and judging by the things, you are very keyed in to what is going on in China, what's going on in Hong Kong, what's going on now and today. And I wonder if you could tell us, we've seen a lot of things happening in Hong Kong over the last couple of weeks. For those of us who don't know, is there any way, can you tell us what is happening in Hong Kong right now, and why is it so important?
Well, right now, especially right now, Hong Kong's freedoms have basically been eroded by the Chinese Communist Party.
Why is that? How has that happened?
That has happened because the pro-Beijing Hong Kong government, headed by the chief executive, Ms. Carrie Lam, Ms. Carrie Lam Zhengyong, basically she has allowed national security bill to pass, and that allows people from Hong Kong to be extradited to mainland China.
Mm-hmm. And Zephyr, what has happened to some of the leaders who were in Hong Kong who are now in exile? What are they doing, and where are they?
Some are in Canada, some are in the UK, some are in Australia, just all over the place. Some are in the US, so yeah, just all over the place. And they cannot ever return to Hong Kong because when they do return to Hong Kong, they will be arrested by the National Security Police. Mm-hmm. And when they are arrested, there is no guarantee that they will be arrested and put in Hong Kong jail. It's very possible that they will be arrested and put in black jails somewhere in China.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Now your folks live in Hong Kong. Do you feel that your parents are safe?
Very uncertain.
How do you? I mean, how do they deal with that? How do you cope on a daily basis?
We just speak to each other over the phone. That's all we can do, really.
Mm-hmm. What now? How do you think that the U.S. should be doing more for Hong Kong?
The U.S. has already I think the U.S. is doing a lot, and I am very thankful for that. But the one country that I think should be doing more, in my opinion, is the UK, because the UK is is a co-signatory in the 1984 Joint Declaration on the question of Hong Kong.
Of Hong Kong sovereignty?
No, because that's an agreement signed by I think it was Margaret Thatcher at the time. Mm-hmm. So it was Margaret Thatcher's government and the government of Deng Xiaoping, because he was the leader of China in 1904. So they signed that, and it was Deng Xiaoping who actually came up with the idea of one country, two systems, because Hong Kong was formally handed over to the People's Republic of China on the 1st of July, 1997.
Right.
Now, did you live there then?
Yes.
How did you feel about it? Like when the handover happened, what was it like for you?
Well, the thing is, I can't really say, considering I was like 7 at the time. Yeah, 7. I didn't even turn 8. So I was still single digits. So.
Well, but did you have any memories of that time?
Yes, I do have some memories of when Hong Kong was still a British Crown colony.
I remember seeing on television when the British, I guess, left Hong Kong, and I think Prince Charles was there at the time.
Yes, Prince Charles was there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, as he left, you could see sort of like China, sort of exercising its sovereignty over Hong Kong with like somewhat more military presence. And I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, Zephyr, that there was an agreement that there would be sort of like this transitional period that would take place over 50 years. And certain things were supposed to happen. I don't remember each step in the timeline, but it was very specific to say that business would be affected within a certain time period. And
it's all laid out on the it's all laid out in the 1984 Joint Declaration on the Question of Hong Kong.
And from what I've seen, and of course, correct me again, China has not kept to any of those agreements or timelines in that agreement, correct?
Of course not, because as the agreement says, and as you very correctly stated, Hong Kong would be fully, quote unquote, Sinicized in 2047. And it's definitely not 2047 yet. It's 2021. And now in 2021, Hong Kong's freedoms have pretty much been eroded.
Zephyr, I've noticed that it seems like the process has become extremely accelerated in the past few years, especially when it comes to the former, let's say, the exiled political leaders of Hong Kong. What is the general sentiment that you've heard from people in Hong Kong now in regards to their leaders being exiled, and I guess other leaders assigned or appointed leaders put in their place?
We don't like Carrie Lam, nor do we like Winnie the Pooh.
You got to tell you have to explain to our viewers who is Carrie Lam and who is Winnie the Pooh.
Carrie Lam is the pro-Beijing puppet, actually. Yes, pro-Beijing puppet of Winnie the Pooh.
And who is Winnie the Pooh?
Chairman Xi Jinping.
And why do you call him Winnie the Pooh?
Because of the meme. Because of the meme that actually shows him walking with, I think it was President Obama at the time. Yes, President Obama. And so half of the image was him and President Obama. The other half was Winnie the Pooh and Tigger. That's right.
Well, Zephyr, it's been hard to watch, as I said, over the past 1 to 2 years, especially watching what feels like an upheaval in Hong Kong. What are you expecting to happen? What direction do you think things are going to go in? Let's say from this point forward, if China continues to be as aggressive in their political, ways towards Hong Kong.
Hong Kong will be just another, or actually, Hong Kong will be worse than just another Chinese city.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you say that?
Because Hong Kong, because there is a generation of people used to having their freedoms, and then now their freedoms have been eroded. So, it's just a very, very large feeling of despair and resignation. And I say even worse because people in mainland China, they don't know what it's like to have freedoms before. I mean, yes, under the Chinese Constitution, and there is one, under the Chinese Constitution, the people of the People's Republic of China, they do have freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of even demonstration and protest, but only up to a certain point.
Now, let me ask you something. Do you think something like this could ever happen in America?
What do you mean?
Well, I think we're in a place where America is very divided as a nation. And we have things like we talked about earlier. Texans can now inform on other Texans if someone gets an abortion, for instance.
Oh yes, okay.
And so there's a lot of things going on that I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. In terms of, I just assumed, I took for granted that we would have freedom here that would always be protected. But now there are groups of people in this country that would give up those freedoms and especially freedom of the press, freedom of religion, freedom, and give it up. And that terrifies me. And I wonder, I mean, watching what's going on around the rest of the world, I wonder if obviously, you know, your brother's in the UK, you've lived around the world. Your parents are still in Hong Kong, from what I understand. So you've seen more of the world than I have. And you've seen more political upheaval than I have. I just sit back, America, it's great. But I'm curious, now you're in the Bay Area studying Buddhism. I mean, you're getting your doctorate, right?
Yes.
So I would say that's rather impressive. You know, as a person, I just talk about Star Wars and Marvel and whatever. But you are plugged into, I would say, real world concerns that I know nothing about. And I'm curious, as your perspective on America, and you're studying here, but are you optimistic about our future? Or do you...
You mean the future of America?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yes.
Well, then you belong in the Post-Geek singularity, because if you're positive about America, God bless you, madame. That's amazing. Now, why do you feel that way?
Well, I feel that way because freedom, to be very, very honest, freedom is still something that is very much treasured here, and that people are fighting for it. Yes, there are people in yes, there are people. I want to say on the left. I want to say on the left-hand side of the political spectrum, who want to quote unquote cancel each other. Cancel other people. But, there are people fighting for it. And so long as there are people fighting for freedoms would never die.
Wow, okay. Okay, that said, what did you think of Loki? Can I ask you that? I don't mean to be glib, but I gotta know.
Well, in a way, I do think that Sylvie does have a point, because
oh, I love you.
in a
Please
way,
continue.
I cannot say that she is 100% wrong.
Now, why do you think that?
Because totalitarianism, or at least the way it has been tried in human history, it only serves to stifle creativity.
Well, that's okay. I got an article. Now I want to read it. I want to read it. It's an article that was in the Griot, and the Griot is basically a black a website that talks about black news, current events, and they publish an article today, or actually yesterday, that I wanted to read and get your opinion on this. Disney's, by the way, this is by Jason Johnson. It was published on the Griot, that is the Griot, TheGrio.com. The Griot. Disney Plus's Loki is the Black Lives Matter story we didn't know we needed. And I had to read. I was like, oh my God, I was in. So here's the article. Every once in a while, Disney shocks viewers with some unintentionally extra black revolutionary messaging in their movies and TV shows. While some saw Zootopia as a story of funny animated animal cops solving crime, you don't have to don a full kufi and dashiki to realize it was obviously a metaphor for how white supremacy led to the war on drugs. I certainly did. This kind of messaging slips out in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as well. You could easily rename Captain America Civil War as, quote, Captain America defunds S.H.I.E.L.D., and nobody would have noticed. WandaVision was the story of a magical Karen going through a quarter-life crisis and a token black friend who literally had to gain superpowers to stop her from terrorizing the neighborhood. Falcon and the Winter Soldier was about a black guy who gets screwed over by the man and has a choice between joining a radical liberation movement run by a black woman or take the bass out of his voice, occasionally put on whiteface, and work within the system. Basically, Barack Obama with wings and a shield. However, this week's Loki season finale wasn't even subtle, and all of Black Twitter was picking up what Disney was putting down. I don't know if Loki head writer Michael Waldron had an office full of Malcolm X posters and alkaline water, or if white people just can't help telling on themselves through art. Either way, Loki's finale frames the whole season as a parable of whiteness in America, how black people fight and toil to hold this whole dysfunctional country together, only to see white America tear it all down if they don't get what they want, even if it dooms us all. Essentially, Disney made the perfect Black Lives Matter show for post-insurrection America, and black MCU fans are thankful. I read that and I'm like, love it. I'm sharing it. I ask you this. Having heard it, what do you both think of Loki as a series? As a whole, you Zephyr, told us about what you think of Sylvie, and by the way, God bless you, because that was fascinating. What do you think?
In regards to Loki, I think for me, I really focused on the relationships more than anything else, because I was kind of surprised at how affected I was when Mobius was pruned.
Me too, man.
And that actually hurt. Like I actually felt hurt by that. And I wondered to myself, why was I mostly affected by that one particular activity more than anything else in the story? And I think it's because he represented the innocence that some of these, sort of captured people were being forced to work for the TVA. And, it seemed relatable, him suddenly discovering that all these things he believed to be true were not true.
Right.
So imagine, your whole life is not actually what you thought it was. And now he wants to go ahead and make things right. So he and Hunter 15, I think is her name, wanted to kind of change things, make things right. But it's that the second part of that is the fact that they're pretty much helpless to do so. They weren't sort of like heavies in the story, although Hunter 15 was able to use some tools that she had to go back and forth and try and show other people what was going on. But inevitably, the desire to fix things and sort of make them right just for themselves, they were stopped from doing so. And so it kind of made me feel it was, I wouldn't say it was somewhat uninspiring in that regard. But looking at the idea of having to choose between whether you want chaos or a more orderly, galaxy or universe or existence is interesting, because it depends on what your personal interests are. It's kind of like choosing between the Empire, in Star Wars, and saying that under Empire rule, there would be more order. And that's what people want. Well, maybe they don't, maybe that's not what they really want. And so, choosing between one timeline and people fighting one another, there's no guarantee that just because you eliminate everybody, there isn't going to be fighting. I mean, you can see what happened with the Loki. The Loki fought against it. So, you can't completely eliminate fighting if that's really the motivation of what you're trying to do. So I think it's an interesting analysis of what a particular group of people, when they have power like this, and those decisions that they make can affect those around them. But it's the motivations that each person has. I'm still not 100% convinced as to what the motivations are.
Right.
So that was something that I was left in question about, in the sense of, why is this person doing this? And do they really care about this? Like the Ravonna character, clearly she knew a lot more than what she was saying, but we weren't privy to that information. and I still don't really know what fully motivated her. So I still am kind of sticking to the fact that I really want that relationship that Loki had with Mobius back again, because that was the thing that felt good in the series.
Yeah,
to me.
I agree. Now, let me ask you this, Zephyr. Did you like the Loki series after 6 episodes? I mean, obviously you had some very strong opinions about Sylvie, but overall, did you like the show?
I enjoyed it, yes.
Now, could you elaborate on that? How did you enjoy it?
Yeah, what were some things you liked, and what were some things that you found interesting?
I enjoyed seeing this version, the version of Loki that hasn't gone through Ragnarok or the later movies. Grapple with knowing that there is a time variance authority.
Yeah.
And knowing that there is a female version of him out there.
Yes.
And an alligator version. Now let me ask you both this. One of the things I think the Marvel Universe has done so well, and I've said this a million times on my own show, is that after watching the first Iron Man in 2008, it's very grounded. It's very much, it's very much a man coming to grips with himself, and the Iron Man armor and all that gives it its fun, but it's really a man who was about to be victimized by his own weapons of destruction, so he has to grow up, essentially. That's how the Marvel Cinematic Universe began. But in the wake of Thanos and in the wake of the Guardians of the Galaxy and Ego the Living Planet and everything that happens, now with Loki, we're pushing the boundaries of comic book stuff with the time variance authority. You're going the beginning and the end of time and the multiverse, and it's crazy huge. Like, we're as far away from Iron Man 1 as we could possibly be. Now, my question to you both is, can you still love the Marvel Cinematic Universe when it has gone so far in the other direction? When we're dealing with crazy sci-fi and fantastical concepts, have they gone too far?
I've been asked this question earlier by Andre and Tom in Midnight's Edge, and they asked me, what do I think about the direction that Marvel's going in? It's maybe somewhat of a darker direction, and I said that they have to do something different now. I don't think that it would be good enough to use the same formula necessarily. We need to see different ideas in the universe, and
Sure.
I think WandaVision certainly was a dive, kind of going away from what we would normally expect to see. And while there was a lot of people were upset with Falcon and the Winter Soldier because they felt that the undertones of the story were probably more political than what they should have been, but it was true to the actual story from the very beginning. So this was something, tried and true, a story from the universe from 50 years ago that sold comics and was very popular. So that part I kind of feel, was also interesting in the sense that they stuck to the actual story and didn't change it too much. Maybe
No, they didn't.
So I think that it was very interesting that they chose to do it at that time. I think they knew that if they pushed that story, that people would say, "Well, I don't really like this because it's political. I don't care for this." But they went ahead with it anyway, and that was kind of I'm not going to say that they had a motivation for it. It was the actual story, and that's what they wanted to do. But Now, when you get to Loki, this is certainly different. Like what Zephyr said. We're seeing him outside of what we would normally see him. He's not in Asgard. None of that stuff. They kind of temporarily took away his powers. So he was a changed person, not just in his abilities, but then all of a sudden he had to confront, like what he's doing personally with his life. And so, we're seeing different approaches of these characters, and they almost had to do something different. I almost feel like if they didn't do something different, that formula that worked for so many years, what is it, 15 years, wouldn't perhaps not work anymore. I mean, people are even saying Black Widow, should have been shown before. And that seems to fit to the formula. Black Widow seems like the formula of the other movies that we've seen before to me. So if people are saying that they felt like that should have been shown years ago, maybe it's time for a change and that type of formula, although it is very good and does work, maybe, we could do a change and it could benefit the series.
What do you think, Zephyr?
I do agree with, how do you pronounce your name?
Oops.
Oh, you're not supposed to. What? You can't say your real name. My God, we're protecting your both. Both of you are your identities are sacred to me. I will never betray the two of you. My God. So your name is.
I do agree with.
Yes. Well done.
Thank you. I do agree with her, and I do think that there should be a raising of the stakes, and that is what Loki did in basically making the Infinity Stones obsolete. I think
Yes.
Use that word.
Yes. You know what? I completely agree with you with that. I mean, it's like how do you, after Thanos, how do you up the stakes? And I think what's really interesting is they're doing a pretty good job of it. I mean, I reject the notion, like, I really like Black Widow.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked it. I saw it as the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They did a heist movie with Ant-Man. They did a 70s political thriller with Winter Soldier. I saw Black Widow as a Bond movie. The structure is a Bond movie. Everything about it's like a Bond movie. It felt to me like, I mean, not top tier Bond, but 3-star Bond. And I really liked it a lot. More than I thought I would. And I thought that the familial element of it and the fact that what's interesting is I think a lot of fandom has immediately decided to reject certain things because, like, okay, well, it's a female-oriented film, and I'm like, I had no problem with that. I'm like, I loved the relationship with Scarlett Johansson and Yelena. Yes. I loved it. And the moment where Red Guardian goes in and Yelena's in the bedroom and she's like, "Look, the family. This is real to me. It's the only family." I felt real pathos, and I was moved by that. Her performance was amazing, and so there's a variation of a helicarrier. I was like, that's all fucking cool. This movie, I didn't feel men were emasculated. I didn't feel that way at all. I felt that the focus is, of course, on our female characters. We're not looking at it from a male perspective. We're looking at it from a female perspective. And even people like, well, I thought the Taskmaster was... Like, I honestly, I felt when Olga Kurylenko was revealed, I felt something. I'm like, God, this is so fucked up, and I was like, I had an experience when I was younger where, let's just say, a girl, when I was 16, a classmate came to me and she was undergoing severe trauma, the worst kind of trauma that a woman can go through. And she came to me and trusted me and told me this was happening. And I had to help her through this. And the police it was terrible. It was an ongoing thing. Yeah. So when I saw Black Widow, I think that what's interesting is the expectation of what these movies are supposed to be. I think that film was very different than films in the MCU, and people are like, well, it's the second worst. I'm like, no, I would say there's never been a movie in the MCU like Black Widow. Not even close. And it was a very different experience. Now, you might want something that is this, that, and the other thing. I look at it as, for me, the Marvel Cinematic Universe it's been a very interesting synthesis of their comic book origins, and they've tried to do different things with all of these movies. And Scarlett Johansson, as a producer, brought in Kate Shortland, who directed it. And it's a film that looks different. It feels different. It doesn't make the movie bad. I thought for what it was, I thought it was really good. I really liked it. And now I'm being accused, oh, Rob, you're a Disney shill. They're not. Look, if Disney were to pay me, I would fucking bend over and shove it as far up my ass as you can get it. I will shill for you the way you want it, and I will love that. But I am not a Disney shill. I genuinely like these films. No one's paying me to like them. Some are better than others, but I really enjoyed Black Widow. It surprised me. Mm-hmm. I don't know if there's a question there.
I'm glad.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to like things. I mean, I choose to like things rather than not like them. I find it keeps my blood pressure down, and hopefully I'll live longer.
Yes.
So who knows? So what about the two of you? What did you think?
I haven't actually seen it, so I cannot comment.
What? Come on, you live in San Francisco. I mean, they can't get Disney Plus in Hong Kong. You can get it here.
Yeah, true, but for some reason, I haven't gotten around to watching it yet.
You can go to the Moscone Center and go to that theater that's got IMAX down there. Why? Go watch that, man. You got great theaters in San Francisco.
I will.
That's not very convincing. I'm not convinced.
Fine, I'll buy a ticket and I'll watch it next week.
Next week, do it tomorrow. Do it now. Tomorrow's Saturday. What are you going to do tomorrow?
I don't know if I actually have bought a ticket to watch another movie, an anime.
Oh. I was going to ask you about anime because, it is maybe the most popular, or probably the most popular animation form out there. And it's selling better than, let's say, it's the number one selling comics out there. So what anime would you see if you had the opportunity? What are you looking forward to, Zephyr?
I've actually seen an animated movie in theaters. The first movie I saw in cinemas is actually Violet Evergarden, the movie.
Well, that's a long time ago, though.
Okay.
Well, that was when the movie theaters have just opened up, I think, because that was a little bit before Mortal Kombat.
Was that playing in San Francisco?
Yes.
Oh, I don't think we got that here in LA. Maybe we did. What made you go see that one?
Because that one is a very bittersweet movie.
Oh.
Well, all right.
Bittersweet romance.
Wow. All right. Okay. I'll buy that.
Have you ever?
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry. Have you ever heard of an anime called? I don't think it's called Your Name here. Maybe it was.
No, it's called Your. It's called.
It is called Your Name.
Bruh, I got that shit on Blu-ray. I got the Steelbook. Would you like me to show you my? I'm sorry. No, it's called Your Name. And by the way, you know who bought the remake rights to that?
In Japanese.
Why was it such a popular movie, in your opinion?
The story, the cinematography, the sound, the soundtrack, just lots of things just makes it such a great movie. Yeah.
You know who bought the remake rights to it in America?
No. What about it?
J.J. Abrams has the remake rights.
Oh, no, don't say that.
Hey, don't shoot the messenger. Yes, he does.
I'm very apprehensive. Very, very apprehensive.
Oh, you and me both.
Zephyr, do you think it could work in live action?
Maybe, but again, with J.J. Abrams at the helm, again, very, very, very apprehensive.
You'll fit right in on this channel. Right in. Yeah, and have you heard of Weathering with You?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that came out after Your Name, which I also own. I don't like it as much as Your Name, but it's still a beautiful film. I mean, it's gorgeous. It's very lyrical, but Your Name is something special, I think. It's not Evangelion 4, which apparently is getting released on Netflix.
Amazon, no, actually Amazon Prime Video.
Oh, is it Amazon Prime? Well, at least that means maybe
August something or other.
maybe I can get. I mean, I have the first 3 and my entire original Evangelion set with the original voice actors, not the redubbing they did on Netflix.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, come on. I mean, Evangelion is one of the great animated properties of all time. And
Did you watch it? Which ending did you watch it in?
oh, I've watched both endings. I have them both. You know, end of Evangelion. Yeah, I've got them both. I think both of them are unsatisfying in different ways.
Okay.
What did you think of the end of
Did you
them?
understand all of it though?
What's that?
Did you understand all of it? Because one common criticism of Ava is that it's very, very, very confusing.
Oh, I think anyone in the West could never grapple with all of the issues. I think I don't think I've ever watched anything that I've understood less than Evangelion. Yeah. I still don't know who and what the angels are. I've read everything. I've read every Wikipedia entry. I've puzzled over it. I still don't know. And Shinji, and I mean, basically, you know, I identify. I want to be a young dude who has hot older girls with giant mechas and saving the world. Who strap me in, turn me on.
But the mecha in Avas are actually inhabited by the ghost, if I could phrase it that way. Ghost.
Yes, you can.
Of the pilot's mother.
All of that sounds good to me. I mean,
That's partly why the pilots are actually so psychologically damaged.
Perhaps that's exactly right. To me, I'm like,
there is not one single Ava pilot that is psychologically well.
No, but crazy girls are always the best girls. I mean, yeah.
You'll take excitement over sanity.
Every single time. Yeah, especially when girls involved. Sanity is underrated or overrated or something. Who needs sanity? Especially when you're fighting a war against the angels. Give me big mecha. Give me interface things. Just plug me in. Turn me on. That's all I want. That's it. Is that wrong? Am I coming at it from the wrong? People are probably going, what are they talking about right now? What's happening? People are like, Evangelion? Whatever. I actually I have my action figure. I can't reach him, but I can.
Oh, you have an action figure?
I do. I have many. Yes, but I have a real action hero. It's about 14 inches tall.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Are there any super chats, Robert, that have come in?
Yes, there are. So many super chats. Okay. So, Jack, okay. We have our friend Jack Wallace, an imagination connoisseur. His son, Aiden, who's 9 years old. Or now, he turned 10? I forget. He just turned 10. It's just his birthday. Aiden is a budding action figure photographer. Yes. He sent me some of his work that he framed it. I have it hanging up here. So he was getting a little bullied in school. I made a video for him. Other people did as well. So Jack writes in and says, one of three. A quote from Mr. Rogers. As human beings, our job in life is to help people realize how rare and valuable each one of us really is. That each of us has something that no one else has or ever will have. Something inside us that is unique to all time. It's our job to encourage each other to discover that uniqueness and to provide ways of developing its expression. Rob, you have led this example, and the Post-Geek Singularity community showed this with my son in his time of need this week. With all of the negativity in the world, this community gives me hope. Thank you all. Much love, Jack and Aiden.
Aww.
Well, that's the nicest thing anyone said to me this week, so thank you for that. But by the way, you know what? If there's one thing we can do here, this community can do, is inspire the next generation of creativity. I mean, I love all the creativity the people in this community do. And, you know, Aiden, if you've looked, I've shown some of his pictures. He's really creative. What he's doing is, the kid's 9 now. Maybe he just turned 10 or he just turned 9. I think he turned 10. I think
it was just his birthday. Yes, I think.
It was, and his work's amazing. It's incredible. So, and then of course, right above Jack's super chat is S Beam, who he made an action figure of me.
Aww.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Wow.
Not saying that, you know, unlike Loki, who meets the female version of himself, I'm not going to do anything untoward. If I get an action figure of myself in 6 scale, I will display it behind me. Just so you know, nothing untoward is going to happen. But S-Beam, thank you for the support. Wakazashi's Tea House. Wakazashi is in Japan. How are you? Congratulations on 40,000 subscribers, Rob.
Yes,
it's long overdue. Well, thank you. Yes, that's true. Thanks to all of you. We have passed 40,000 subscribers, which is amazing. Thank you all. Still, we're a small channel, but we're a scrappy underdog. And for all of you, and by the way, I will remind everyone tomorrow, later today, for those of you who are members of the channel, we do have one of our Zoom calls tomorrow. So for those of you...
Zoom.
I'm Burnett. So I'm so old. People are like, what? Well, if you saw Zoom in like the 70s, you knew what I just did. Ash Chowan. Ash says, come to think of it, the MCU is rather prude and sexless. I know, right? If you were a superhero, you'd be doing some fabulous fucking. Just I'm saying.
Well, it is owned by Disney.
I know, but what they had to fuck too, like to get here.
It's still Disney. They have a brand.
Look, I think what Disney should be supporting is not only sexuality but people being skilled at sexuality. Like,
I agree, but again, Disney has a brand.
I know.
Known for.
I know, but you know what?
They need an adult division.
Yeah, you know what, men, you need to get your cheeks wet, and you have to know what you're doing. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, so Ash Chowan says, come to think of it, the MCU is rather prude and sexless. We need the MCU to be like Taika Waititi's balcony. For those of you who don't know, director Taika Waititi had his girlfriend and, of course, our favorite Valkyrie kissing one another. That's what I want to see. Bump, chicka, bump, bow. I mean, come on. That's he went from being Taika Waititi to Taika. Why the hell not? Nom say. Maybe Thor: Love and Thunder will finally showcase some love and thunder. I can only hope so, because, you know, Mjolnir can be used for lots of different things. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying.
But again, it's Disney.
I think a lot of people would like to see Thor have some serious romance.
Maybe Taika Waititi would or should produce or create whatever the correct word is, an R-rated version or an NC-17 version, and then
I like the way you think.
And then have whatever you want, the more explicit version, explicit stuff in there.
This film is not yet rated.
Stubba McShave is here and says, here in Sweden, we often see hand-peeled shrimp from Norway in our stores. What is little known is that they are fished in Norway, then shipped to China, where they are peeled. The shrimp are then shipped back to Norway and sold as locally produced food. That's just awful. I hate that. And I love shrimp. I believe it. I hate it, though. Enigmatic Drop Bear sends a super chat and says, Rob, have you seen In This Corner of the World? I have not. Do you have the two of you? Have you seen?
No, I've never heard of it.
I've never heard of it.
Nor have I. But Enigmatic Drop Bear, that sounds Australian.
Why does it sound Australian?
Drop bears are Australian.
Oh, well,
it's an anime.
It is?
It's a Japanese animated wartime drama from 2016.
Oh, In This Corner of the World. Oh, well, there you go. I have not seen it. I've seen Grave of the Fireflies. Wait, is that yours? Oh, that's from your thing. Oh, look at that. I'll watch that shit. Come on.
I like the art style.
Yeah, I do too. I'll watch that. It's great. So I have to, like, step 5 feet outside of my comfort zone here. Can I ask you both a question and let you fill in for me while I'm not here as I'm grabbing a bottle of liquid refreshment?
Of course, yes.
So I would ask the two of you. Here's my question. Zephyr, you weren't here, but I would love to hear your take on this. Why is truth important? And how can we guard the truth in this day and age when there's so much disinformation happening? And you, of course, I mean, your country, your homeland is...
Thank you very much for calling Hong Kong a country. But, and this is important, it has never been its own independent state.
I said homeland. Come on.
Again, I thank you and I appreciate you calling Hong Kong a country, but it has never been its own independent state.
Okay, so that's truth. As I step away, I want you guys to debate this. I'll be back in like 20 seconds. But
okay.
I'm just floating that out.
I can't debate her because I agree.
I know. I meant truth in general. I didn't mean to make it about just one place.
In general?
Yeah, like how are we going to manage the truth moving forward?
By having the free press.
But how do we don't even have that in America anymore because the free press has all been co-opted by capitalism. You know, it's when CBS News went from being a non-profit to a for-profit organization. All of our news cycles is now about profit. And how do you tell the truth?
And also, the monopoly situation has gotten out of control. So
yes,
that,
exactly.
Whatever is being reported is primarily from, sort of like one parent company. And those interests are often being expressed down the line, 20, 30 news venues that all share the same comments, but it's just not realistic to believe that, that's fair reporting.
Well, I do agree, but at the very least, yes, there is the big news outlets like MSNBC, CNN, Fox, etc. But then you do have more smaller publications, maybe online publications or even YouTube channels, but at least you have alternatives like that. At least it's not something like China where everything is controlled by the state. So all you get is propaganda.
Yeah, I agree.
There's no fighting? There's no
we can have a conversation.
I don't believe in violence.
Yeah.
Well, these are just
just have a conversation.
And I don't like the feeling of being angry, so
neither do I.
You don't like to Hulk out occasionally and go rampage around?
No. Actually, I want to learn more from Zephyr because she's a.
I don't like being angry because I find anger to be very, very exhausting and a very draining emotion.
And I'm curious, from what you're studying, what your studies tell you about, do they address anger and that type of emotion in your studies?
Anger is actually one of the three poisons.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
The three poisons in Buddhism are basically greed, hatred, and ignorance.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you. I mean, obviously, this is the first time you and I have actually spoken, but I've come to admire you and respect you as I've gotten to know what you have shared with me. How did you get into this realm of study? What brought you into getting a doctorate in Buddhism?
Basically, I became interested in Buddhism since my first since I attended my first class on Buddhist philosophy when I was studying philosophy, when I majored in philosophy in undergrad.
Were you here in the States or were you in the
No,
UK?
I was in England, the University of Durham City in the northeast.
Okay. Interesting.
And
Do they
so
have the? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Do they practice the tutorial method there?
What do you mean? You mean like tutorial method, as in the one done in like Oxford and Cambridge?
Yes.
Yes, but our tutors act more like counselors. So we don't actually have academic. They don't do academic teaching. The tutors don't do academic teachings there. It's more like we have our own groups in our own departments, like depending on what subjects we take. But our college tutors don't teach us anything academic.
Right. And it's interesting, Robert, because that type of system is where let's say an example, I'm not saying this is the exact example that Zephyr had or that everyone has, but you have to produce an assignment and you present the assignment and your group, either, one person or a group, helps you with the assignment. And you have many opinions of people around you who are involved in sort of your learning experience.
Right.
We do have that, but then again, it's not done in our own colleges. That's done within our subjects department. Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's a very interesting approach.
Durham University's collegiate system is different to the collegiate system of Oxford and Cambridge.
Right.
So let me ask you this: How did you find your way from the UK to America to continue your studies in San Francisco?
Because I have when I wanted to study Tiantai Buddhist philosophy in particular, the people over in Hong Kong or the people over in the UK, I just can't find the right supervisor.
Wow. So, and the right supervisor was in, obviously you're here, so San Francisco. How long do you have to continue to study before you get your doctorate, your PhD?
Again, the main difference between the doctoral system here in the US and in the United Kingdom is that in the United Kingdom you are given a limit of 4 years. Here in the U.S., it can be a PhD takes as long as it takes.
Yeah, man, you're in San Francisco. It's all good. You can do whatever you want.
In the United Kingdom system, is it understood that you would be going into the program with maybe like a master's degree first, and then your PhD program might be 4 years? Is that or?
Yes. But also the fact that it's not just the student needing to take 4 years. It's the fact that the school itself needs the professor to it's a whole top down thing.
Right.
4 years thing.
Okay, so usually I've noticed that quite a few PhD programs outside the United States are 4 years, but you're coming in with that master's degree, so you've already sort of focused in on the work, and you know exactly what you want to study.
I think the doctorate in the UK is another difference is that you get into your dissertation /thesis a lot earlier.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So how do you study
Yeah.
that philosophy here and now in the United States? I mean, is it just theoretical? Is it just books, or how do you put in practice? Is there, I mean, because I don't know, and I mean this sincerely, how do you research this? How do you research this philosophy?
Lots of since well, the thing is, since Tiantai Buddhist philosophy is actually the first Sinicized Buddhist tradition. The primary sources are all in Chinese for one,
Right.
and if you want to actually get into the primary text, then the ones that aren't digital are found in China somewhere, and yeah, there's that. But yeah. It's all just lots of, as far as putting it into practice, Buddhist practice, lots of it consists of meditation.
Yes.
Because Buddhist practice is meditation.
Sure. Now, how, and again, I'm very ignorant of this. How does your studies reconcile with where China is today, like the communist government that you've railed against, and I've learned so much about all of this from you. How does your studies of a Chinese tradition that goes back thousands of years, how do you reconcile that with where the Chinese government is today? Is it still relevant? I mean, I would think it would be, because the Buddhist tradition is timeless. But how do you reconcile that with? I guess I just don't know. Like, where China is today seems antithetical to what you're studying. And how do you make that work?
Well, the thing is, since the main virtue in Buddhism, actually two main virtues of Buddhism are compassion and wisdom, I actually have to find it within me to understand the Chinese Communist Party, even though I don't want to do that, because I am fully aware of all the crimes that the Chinese Communist Party has done in the past. We have to find it. I have to find it within myself to understand why they did what they did, and why they are doing what they're doing, and why they will continue to do what they are doing, and try to find it within me to just be compassionate.
But doesn't it drive you crazy? Don't you want to, like, bust some heads? Don't you want to grab people, like go get Winnie the Pooh and scream in his face and go, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Well, yes, but then again, and
I know, I understand.
And I love Buddhism for this. The karma is something that not even the Buddha could completely get rid of. The Buddha could ameliorate someone's the fruit of someone's karma, but then he cannot completely get rid of it.
Okay, let me ask the two of you. Both of you are incredibly highly educated. You are working at a very high level. And we've talked a lot about the idea of the show is about truth and understanding. And Zephyr, from what I know about you, you're on a quest, a lifelong quest about enlightenment, which requires education, understanding, inquiry. And you obviously have done this already and are continuing to do this. How does ongoing study and ongoing a quest for, I believe in enlightenment through education. I believe that you can never finish, you can never know anything, because if you know something, if you truly know something, you stop thinking about it. And there's nothing we can ever truly know. There's always inquiry. In this day and age, how do the two of you continue on with your studies, and is it still rewarding to continue that kind of inquiry? I mean, for me, I know that what I wanted to do was tell stories in a certain milieu, which is movies, and I can't not do it. I don't have a choice. I wish I did, because I would go sell real estate or something, but no, I'm stuck in my indie film world. Like, please take me, please help me. I'm like in a web in The Fly from the 50s. But for the two of you, you are seekers of knowledge. How do you continue to do that now? Why not just go get I don't know, a job you could probably sell your talents to some Fortune 500 company and make millions of dollars? So why continue to study?
Well, I've continued to study because I just have a desire to learn more about what's going on around me. And I think part of being able to understand other people and the behavior of other people is to gain more knowledge about them. And the only way to do that is to seek knowledge. So that's one of the things that I like to do. But in regards to behavior, and I think that human behavior is something that I've always been trying to understand. You know, there's a lot of questions that can be answered if we can figure out what's going on behind, behind a person's eyes, so to speak, what's going on in their mind and what they're feeling, but also your own behavior. You know, I think what Zephyr is doing is remarkable, because the idea of meditation and having it to be a focus in the way that you look at your life. The importance of meditation helps with understanding of not just of others, but also of yourself.
Yeah, because it allows meditation allows you to take a step back and be introspective. It gives you that space.
Yes, and I think that that's what we need in the United States. Honestly, we need to take a giant step back and kind of step away from triggers that many of us have, and try and understand what's going on in ourselves before we start to have these exaggerated emotions that we're witnessing here.
Well, let me. Here's something I don't get. I mean, obviously, Zephyr, we're talking about Buddhism, an ancient religion, an ancient belief system that is glorious and amazing, that comes from a part of the world that is also now controlled by, a communist party.
Not really. I mean, at the end of the day, Buddhism is a foreign religion to China, because it actually came from India. So there is that.
Well, but isn't there a Chinese form of that?
Yes.
So what I find interesting, I mean, China is one of our oldest cultures on the planet, continuous cultures. I find it so interesting that there is so much of this tradition that still exists, and yet communism is this weird modern, I mean, communism took hold in China in the 20th century. Yes. And why is it like, I would think that one of the great strengths of China is tradition and history. And why isn't what you're studying embraced more in China? Or is it? I don't know.
One person, Chairman Mao.
Right. Yeah. So why did China embrace this?
Because before Chairman Mao, there was a period of political turmoil. It was just, political turmoil before Chairman Mao. And Chairman Mao, he was a very charismatic person, like Adolf Hitler. And he adopted lots of things from Joseph Stalin. And he just was well liked by many people, many farmers and quote unquote peasants of in the People's Republic of China at the time. And yeah, he just formed a personality cult around himself.
What would you like to see if you could plot the future of China? You know, there's actually a science fiction book series. Forgive my mispronunciation. The Chung Kuo series. It was written, I want to say, 30 years ago, but it's set about 600 years in the future, where China runs the world. And kind of like in Firefly, how China
there is actually a better form of China run by a majority ethnic Han population, not far from the PRC. That I actually like.
So do you think that'll ever happen? Will that happen in the future?
So to answer your question, I want the People's Republic of China to be Taiwan.
Oh, man, thank God you're in the United States, because those are fighting words, girl.
I know.
Wow.
And I am wearing the shirt I am, and I am fully aware that I cannot
Wait, stand up a little higher so we can see. Yeah, look.
Yeah, what does it say? We can't see the whole thing.
I cannot even pack this T-shirt into my suitcase when I visit my parents in Hong Kong.
So it says free Hong Kong, right? It says free Hong Kong?
We can just see free.
Free Hong Kong, yes.
Okay.
But, wow.
Yeah, but the more incriminating stuff is the Chinese slogan.
What is the slogan?
What does it say? If you don't mind asking.
May I please say it in Cantonese?
Yes, please.
光復香港時代革命.
Can you say it in Mandarin?
光復香港時代革命.
Wow, that's fantastic.
You're the coolest.
I love it.
I do too.
You want me to explain what it means?
Yes, please.
Okay. So 光復香港. Two common English translations are Glory to Hong Kong or Liberate Hong Kong. But as I have learned recently, that doesn't quite capture the meaning of the two characters, 光復, because these two actually more correctly means to restore something to a previous state.
Interesting.
So neither, because when you say liberate, it means to free something, right?
Yeah.
That's what the word liberate means. And when you say glory, it means to glorify something, right? It doesn't quite have the meaning of restoring something to a previous state.
Exactly.
Okay. So I don't really like so neither one of the two more common English translations are actually accurate.
Interesting.
So there's that, and the other half, 時代革命, 時代革命, 時代 means of our times, and 革命, it means revolution, but this meaning of revolution came to us courtesy of the Japanese.
Because they were so nice to China.
No, it's not that. It's because the guy currently in the I want to say the 10,000 yen note. That guy, he was a scholar, and he also found the word 革命 in classical Chinese text, and it was him who found that word and then chose to use that word to translate the word revolution. So to overthrow or to revolt against a regime. Mm-hmm. But in classical Chinese philosophy, the word 革命, it actually means, it refers to the change in dynasties, I want to say, or the change in the heavenly mandate.
Ooh.
Wow, okay.
Because back in ancient China, when you still have the emperors, they do believe, like the kings and kings, mostly king and queens of medieval Europe. They do believe in a form of divine rulership, divine right of kings.
Right.
I want to. Somebody in the chat, Scipio?
Darth Scipio, yeah.
Darth Scipio says, screw Hong Kong. Let's help Mexico get their shit together. Now, here's something. The reason I keyed on this is that we can't stop one revolution to help someone else. They all have to happen.
Right.
This is an ongoing thing, and it's all part of the same. At least the way I see it is, it's all part of the idea that people want to live in, individuals want to live in health and safety, and they want to know that they can be who they want to be. I mean, that's what Western civilization is, and China was embracing all of that. I mean, the Communist Party look, communism has never worked, ever.
Well, it depends. It depends what you consider their purpose to be.
You mean communism?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's a question. What is their purpose? What is the purpose of communism other than to perpetuate communism? It's not about the individual.
According to Karl Marx himself, the end goal of communism is to create a classless society, a classless utopia.
Which, by the way, is antithetical to human beings.
I agree. It's not just human beings. It's antithetical to social creatures. Period.
Yes. And to nature itself.
Absolutely, 100%. It doesn't work. It never has worked. And by the way, the societies that have it have to be totalitarian because their subjects. It doesn't work. It never has worked because human beings are not that way.
And Robert, are there any more super chats before?
No. Nope.
Oh.
There are not, but there is a low spec.
Can I finish my explanation because I'm still not done. Explaining.
Yes, we're sorry. We didn't mean to interrupt.
Explaining the where was I? Oh yes, the heavenly mandate.
Yes.
So yeah, that is the ancient Chinese form of divine right of kings. In that, they do believe that the rulership, the right of ruling over China or over a particular part of China, because China for many parts of the long period of Chinese history wasn't unified.
Why not?
Well, because China is huge.
Yeah.
And because back then, it's just not technologically or practical. It's just not practical to rule such a huge country.
Right.
So there is that, and yeah, the word "gap" comes from bones, like in turtle bones, and Ming comes from Tin Ming, which is heavenly mandate, which is the Chinese emperors believe that the rulership is given to them by the heavens, and which can also be revoked, mind you. So it can be bestowed and it can be revoked. So how
I would love to be there on that day. Heaven has revoked your mandate. You're out.
The heavens can revoke the mandate, and that happens when the kings just ruled badly. So the people are unhappy, or they rule in a very unnatural way,
does that apply to communism?
Against the natural order.
Can that apply to communism? Can the people of Hong Kong say, we have a mandate? You're ruling badly. Get out of here.
Well, the thing is, it's a heavenly mandate. It's not a mandate by the people.
Well, that's why it's on the shirt, Robert.
Well, so can we have like lightning strikes? And what do we need to do? How can we get a heavenly mandate to protect Hong Kong? Can't we do something? Can I pray? Go to a temple? What do I have to do?
I wish Hong Kong can be saved, but then the only way that's possible is if the Chinese Communist Party either suddenly became more democratic, I want to say. Yeah, that's the only way. Is if they become less totalitarian.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Well, let's stay positive and just, hope it will.
Well, listen, Zephyr, I need to let somebody else come. Like we have to have a few members or people come in. I have to say it is a fantastic honor meeting you face to face.
Such a pleasure.
We've gone back and forth a lot on social media. This is one of my great joys, is meeting people. And let me just say, you've exceeded all of my expectations. And I want to make you a regular. You got to come back. And would you do that? Can I pin you down?
All right.
Okay. What does that mean? So you have to say, yes, I'll come back on your show, Rob.
Yes, I'll come back on your show, Rob.
Yes. Okay. That's all I need to hear. That's what I need to hear. Look, man, I know I'm a old cis white male, but I'm going to dominate you and say, come on, come back to my show. Because I think, by the way, your insight has been invaluable. No, really, I have to say, amazing stuff. I mean, I've learned so much. Thank you so much for being here. I mean, honest to God, really, between the two of you, I just feel I'm schooled, and which is great. So thank you.
Thank you for being willing to learn from me.
If people are smarter than me, I have no problem learning from them. So, and thank you.
Well, that is a certain level of humility, which not a lot of people have.
Oh no! Let me tell you about my humility. It's all there for everyone to see. But what I appreciate is a great intellect and somebody that really understands what they're doing. I think we can look. There is no downside to benefiting from people who know things that you don't know, and I certainly had no idea the extent of your knowledge, but it is vast and it is amazing. So thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, I'm gonna send you off now, and we're gonna bring on some random. By the way, whoever's gonna come on the show, you better bring your A game. Because you're following up Zephyr Chan, and
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see some A-game shit. If you want to talk about Loki or Black Widow or Star Wars or whatever, that's fine. But it better be some good shit, because Zephyr Chan has set the bar. Wait. It's high up. So, I'm just saying. No, thank you. Thank you for being here. And how great was that?
It was just wonderful. What a wonderful guest.
She's amazing. And what's funny is, like, she's somebody. Here's what I love about the internet and the Post-Geek singularity and doing this. Like, we just met on Twitter. Like, we're just chatting. Like, I chat with so many people. I've met so many cool people on Twitter. But you could tell... just the stuff she actually retweets. Follow her on Twitter, by the way. It is Zephyr Chan, ZEPHYRCHAN. That's her name. Follow her, because her insights into China and everything, stuff I didn't even know.
Right.
You know, yeah, and you wonder, you hear about what's going on in Hong Kong, and you're like, what's going on? I don't know. But to follow her, I mean, she's a true intellect, and she has so much to offer. So if you want to find out about China, and by the way, she's so opinionated, it's fucking awesome. Like, she's a fucking firebrand, and I'm a huge fan of hers. But I'd never met her until tonight. So, but here's the thing. Can you stick around for a while?
I can, yes.
Okay, don't you think we should bring on some random people? Isn't that what's fun?
It is 6 a.m., Robert.
Is it? My God. It's only 3 for me. I mean, can you go for another hour?
I can go for another hour, but I don't think I can go longer than
No, just another hour. Just another hour.
Okay.
I too, we've got our, if you're a member, we got member calls, but we can't do this if we don't have some random,
I understand what you're saying. Yes.
We got to bring yeah, let's do it. So
I'm gonna get another cushion for my seat because this one is just it was fluffy, but it's not fluffy anymore. I gotta get fluffy.
I'm right there with you. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kind souls, gentle beings, all of you from across the 28 known galaxies. If you want to come on the show, the live chat link is there. And you can come on with, man. I'm all about this. We've got our man in Japan.
Oh!
Wakazashi is here. Wow. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. We can't hear him, though.
I thought I heard him say hello.
Oh, we can hear. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can. So hang on. We can hear you. We're going to bring you on. My God, we had Zephyr Chan from China. Now we have you in Japan. An expat, what, Brit or American Brit? Where? Yeah, you're an expat Brit in Japan. Hi. My God, what an international show tonight. Just give me a minute. I'm going to put you in. I'm just going to, I hope all is well. Yeah, there you go. It's like, you can get it. Come on now. You can get it. Oh, my God. Okay, so I'm going to add you to this. I love the fact, this is what I love. I love that we have the entire planet represented on the show. It's fucking fantastic. I can't tell you how much. And you like have new equipment and stuff. Did you do something different since the last? Yeah,
yes,
you look fucking pretty, man. You look good. You look good. Yeah, you do. I know, but you know what? It doesn't matter. It's still part of the magic. Filters are fine. I have no problem with that. ASHI Wakazashi. All right, that seems good to me. I'll tell you what. Welcome our guest. You've met him before. Wakazashi is here. Welcome to Midnight Metal. How are you?
Hello, everyone. I'm fantastic. I'm feeling fucking metal.
Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Okay, but you know how fucking metal you are? Because you're in the most die-cast fucking metal country in the world. Japan, man. By the way, can I just show you something?
Yes.
Okay, let me just show you what I got from Japan today. Hold, please. Come on, dude. Look at this shit. Come on. Fucking RX-78 classic Gundam, but this is the new Ultra perfect grade. Ooh. Fuck yeah, it's huge. This is the greatest perfect grade Gundam ever. I've been waiting for this bad boy for a fucking year, man. And this yeah, man, this shit. Hang on. Okay. Why did it take so long? You ask yourself. Because Bandai made the ultimate perfect grade 1/60th scale. By the way, that's what the perfect grade line is. But, of course, they didn't make enough. You had to wait. I mean, they're building full-scale walking robots outside their factory. God damn it, I just want a 1/60th scale perfect grade model kit. Fuck yeah, dude. The lights of heaven shine down upon me today. I mean, I had my order at Big Bad Toy Store for like a year. And I had to pay like a pre-order. And then like a week ago, they're like, you're getting your RX-78 who's ultra perfect grade. I'm like, fuck, dude, yes. It showed up today. Just saying.
You know what?
All the way from Japan, bruh. Anyway, go ahead.
You know what, Rob? That is fucking metal.
Dude, it's so metal because Gundams are all metal. All
Yes.
the mobile suits. We've got Gundam Hathaway on Netflix, which
Yes.
is kind of like a sequel. The sequel to wait, hang on. A sequel to Char's Counterattack. Char's not really. Come on, man. People are like, what are you on about? I mean, you know, when Zephyr was on, we're talking about Evangelion or. People are like, what? Well, this is some Universals. This is like the Darth Vader of the Universal Century. I'm just saying. The Red Comet!
People know, Rob. Don't worry. People know Evangelion. You've made it famous.
God damn it. Yeah, but of course they brought it onto Netflix and they redubbed that shit. I have the original DVDs with the original dubs. But who watches the dubs anyway, so I don't give a fuck. I watch the original subtitled shit.
Yeah, it's got to be subtitles. Totally.
Yeah, it has to be subtitles.
So I have to ask you, have they haven't started airing Space Battleship Yamato 22? No, they're not. It's in October, I think.
No, I haven't seen it
2205.
yet. No sign of it yet, no. But, Rob, what is airing is season 2 of The Naked Director.
Oh, really?
The Japanese porn industry from the 80s and 90s.
I started watching it, yeah.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, so season 2, everything gets bigger.
It's completely bonkers, but, you know, it's Japanese.
Well, everything in Japan is better. You know, it's just
I don't know about that, but yeah, something.
So now here's what I have to ask
show.
you. Yeah, we talked before. I have to ask you, how are Japanese movie theaters? Like, are they big? Is the sound great? Is the picture great? I would think that Japanese movie theaters would be the best in the world. Is that true?
I don't know about that, but what really surprised me the first time I went was how quiet it is in there. There's nobody talking. You know, it's fantastic. I came from Manchester where people are, you know, punching your seat and jumping on top of you, throwing popcorn. And then Japan is just like.
Yeah, but on the other hand, do like when no one applauds or no one laughs?
Yeah, a little bit of applause, but yeah, that is a bit strange.
I mean, don't you be like, did you guys like this? Like for me, like in Avengers Endgame, when Sam Wilson says "on your left" and the portal's open, I mean, I lost my shit. Everyone's just like, I like that. Like, it was amazing.
Oh yeah, that must have been amazing in the States.
Dude. I was on the Disney lot. I was on the Disney lot seeing that with John Campea, and when you hear the on your left, I mean, and the whole audience went bananas.
Oh man, it must have been so cool.
It was so cool. It was so awesome. I can't even begin to tell you how awesome it was. And I love, like, my entire life I've wanted to go to Japan. And I've said I would need at least 20 or 30 grand to buy all the die cast. And I mean, I can't, if I went to Japan and I didn't have tens of thousands of dollars, and I've never had, in my entire life, I've never had tens of thousands of dollars of.
Really?
No, man. I mean, no, I'm like an independent filmmaker. Why am I on YouTube? I'm like, I'm scrapping out a meager existence. If I went to Japan, though, I would need tens of thousands of dollars to buy toys. A middle-aged cis white male buying toys. It's a little hard to reconcile what I like, because my mom's like, you know, you like the same shit you liked when you were 8. Are you ever going to grow up? I'm like, no, man. Mom, no. What? Grow up? There's more cool toys than there ever were when I was 8. So how do you do that? I don't know. I don't know how to reconcile my professional career to know that I would spend $30,000 on Japanese die-cast if I ever came to Japan. How do you do that? I don't know.
You can't take the boy from the man, Rob. You'll never take the boy.
I know, but it used to be you give up, the Bible says you give up those things, and I can't. I wish I could like put away childish things. I'm like, childish things are making hundreds of millions of dollars now, and I've been at the forefront my whole life. So anyway.
And what you're buying is made for adults. It's not made for children. Like
No.
Sideshow and all that, that's not made for children.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. So I love that you're all enabling me. So your enablers, like, it's not drugs, but kind of is. So you're both basically saying that I should sniff up Japanese diecast from those Soul of Chogokin figures all I can. By the way, like this.
Wow.
I've shown this before. This is
Wow.
Space Runaway Idion. I mean, this
Look at
is
that.
I mean, how badass is this shit? I mean, by the way, look at that gun. Just
That gun is fucking huge.
I know, that's what she said. Ladies, mine isn't. But that's why I buy Japanese diecast because, look at this guy. I love this figure. And this is Japanese. This is a Soul of Chogokin figure, one of my favorite toy lines of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And this is early 80s awesome shit.
Wow.
There's nothing like diecast. I mean, that I remember growing up, that was sort of like a measure of the quality of the toy that you had.
Oh, it still is. Come on now. I mean, you want a lady to go, is that diecast? And you say, yes. Yes. It's so fantastically diecast. But
That's what
my
you say to
God,
all
look
the
at
girls,
this
Rob.
figure. This figure is so great. Space Runaway Idion. I mean, and if you look at the people involved, oh, so good.
Do you have any diecast?
I don't own any diecast.
No.
Unfortunately I had a lot of my brother's toys and I gave them away to people, so I don't have any diecast. Yes, I gave them away a long time ago.
You're out of the family.
It was a long time ago, and the people who got them were very happy with them. They still have them, so.
I'll bet they are.
Yes, they are.
Me
saying.
too. I gave away my Star Wars figures, and
Yeah.
why did I do that? I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
because we didn't know what the future was going to bring, and at that time we had. I think in my case, I had to do it, and
Yeah.
sometimes people do have to release their attachment unwillingly from certain items. So.
Yes, that's true.
What? What is
Look at
this?
Rob.
What is this? Release your attachment bullshit.
Unwillingly release your attachment. Unwillingly, I had no choice.
I have
Wow.
never released my attachment to anything I've loved. It's been detrimental
I
to
still
my whole
feel
life.
like it's mine. I have to go and take it from the person. I'm not going to do that. But
I like the way this conversation is going, Rob. And, almost. I can almost do it.
Yeah, I think you did it very well.
You're just being nice. Thank you. Rob, let's hear you do it. I want to hear your roll your R's.
Oh
That was
yeah.
a feeling, Robert.
When
I
you're a
could
kid,
feel- I
like
could feel
machine
that.
guns, you have to go like, wait.
Yeah.
No, I can't do it. I used to be able to do it. Yeah. It's all sound effects. I mean, it's all, or it's like a cat. It's like,
It's all tongue, Robert. It's all tongue.
I know. It's all about the 45 degree upturned tip of the tongue, going at 120 beats per minute, dropping down to 80 beats per minute if you feel it on the dance floor.
Oh my God.
All I
What
can
is the
say
chat
is,
saying, Rob? What's the chat saying about this?
I don't know. I don't look at the chat.
They're saying they've lost their minds.
They lost their minds. Yeah, but it's all dudes. They have no idea.
It's
they're
all
like,
good. It's all good. When a woman says it's all about the tongue, Rob. When a woman
It
says
certainly
that,
is.
the thing is, it's not. The tongue is just a tool. You need to bring
Right.
your finesse game And here's the thing, one of the problems with our visual society is that if you just watch things, you never know the intricacies of the technique. And everybody's different. Everyone likes something a little different. So, it's all trial and error. But if you know where to go and how to get there, it's all about the journey, kind of like The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings, an unexpected journey. And if you know where to go...
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you've got the Shire, and what you want to do is know how to get to Mordor.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about hobbits, but okay.
No,
I'm just saying. No, I'm thinking about the entire fellowship. It's all about the journey.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've dug myself a huge hole with this analogy. All I'm saying is that it's the road less traveled. Just know what you're doing.
What do you know about hobbits' tongues, Rob? That's what I want to know.
There and back again.
Okay, no comment.
There and back again. Oh my God. By the way, that's about the best advice you ever need. There and back again. That's all you need to know. My God, that's what Midnight Metal is all about. If you're there, go back and then go back again.
Just checking the chat to see what's going on.
You know what? They don't even know.
Okay, Ash says the hobbit's tongues are hairy.
By the way, should never stop you. That's natural.
No problem.
What?
I'm just saying, if a hobbit's tongue's hairy.
That might add to the experience.
Gosh. I know.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
Wow. Martin says, I've been to New Zealand. Yes, I lived in New Zealand on and off for about 4 years.
Oh,
wow.
I did.
Did you stay in a hobbit's house?
I did not. I stayed in some really great posh hotels, which was good.
Was it there at the time, or was it after it was built? Like, were you there before they did the movies?
No. It was after. We were. I was there on and off starting in 2002 to the end of 2004.
Oh, cool.
And I was there working on the special editions of Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, and then I was co-opted by Disney, and I went and worked on Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Wow.
So, and then I went right from that to Australia for a year. I was there from 2002, 2003, 2004, and then I went to Australia in 2005 for Superman Returns. So, yeah, it was great. I mean, I loved it, and it was, it was fantastic.
It sounds like a very exciting time.
Yeah.
It was
so
good.
Cool.
I mean, there's nothing better than being given lots of money to go live in a foreign country for a year.
Yeah.
With your friends. Dave Parker was there, Anthony Smedili, Dave Scow. It was amazing for Lion, the Witch, and Wardrobe. It was great. And then I had the best time ever. I mean, it was an incredible, incredible time. It was really amazing. So, yeah, no, I loved it. And it's unfortunate those times will never come back again because, I would love to believe that everybody wants to see special features. If you look at the Lord of the Rings, and it's not just because I worked on them, from an empirical standpoint, like the special features on the 3 Lord of the Rings movies are the best special features ever done. Ever.
Really?
And they absolutely are. And I say this because in terms of illuminating, I mean, it's like 10 hours of special features on all 3 movies. And even though I did participate, if you want to know, it was done, we had the money, but the wherewithal to deliver, we all wanted to make sure that the creativity of these films was preserved. And so we went way above and beyond what any studio mandate was. So it was amazing to work on them, and I'm so
Thank you
proud.
for doing that. Thank you
Well,
for that. That's
I mean, I got paid to do it, but it was so. I was so fortunate to be working for Curdy Pellerin. It was amazing, and my boss, Michael Pellerin, was a fanatical Lord of the Rings fan. It was fanatical. It was amazing. It was a great time.
So then that meant that he was incredibly dedicated to keeping the project as true to what it's supposed to be. If he was
oh my God, fan. I mean, it was our job was to celebrate what the filmmakers did, and we left no stone unturned. Between the audio commentaries, it did win awards back in the early aughts. No one, if you were to, most people who work in Hollywood today have no idea how extensive. Just delve into it. Just jump in. For those of you who don't know, by the way, the 4K discs did not include our special features, but the last Blu-ray release of the Lord of the Rings films, the special features are, and I say this as only part of a huge team, they're the best special features ever done. They really are. And like, there's some great stuff out there. Like, I don't want to take away from all my friends like Charlie de Lauzirika and the Blade Runner disc he did, the 5-disc set, amazing, and the Alien anthology, amazing. There's been some amazing people that have worked on discs, but there has never been more love poured into special features than were poured into the extended.
So where can you see them now, Rob? Where can you get them?
Well, you have to get the Blu-ray of the extended editions of Lord of the Rings. You got to buy each, and it's worth it. They're not on the 4K versions, which is maddening.
Yeah, but just that seems crazy.
Yeah, just go buy the Blu-ray versions, and you'll see there's like 10 hours of special features for each film. It's amazing. If I do say so myself. So, therein ends my sermon. I'll shut up now.
It's okay.
Wakazashi, what's like? We're getting weird COVID cases. I mean, people are locking down. How is Japan where you're at as far as COVID?
Well, I live in a small town, so it's not bad at all here. But the bigger cities like Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto.
You have the Olympics coming, man. No one can watch.
I know.
What's up?
What's crazy, Rob? What's crazy is it doesn't feel like it's next week. Next Friday is the opening ceremony, and there's no feeling of it's going to happen. It's like, is it really going ahead?
Well, they had to postpone it by a year, so I'm guessing they felt that they've invested so much, they've got to do it now.
They've got no choice, basically, Japan. The IOC won't let them postpone it again, so it comes down to money at the end of the day, and, they have to do it.
So much money, but to not, I was in Korea for the last Olympics, the Winter Olympics.
Cool.
I was there in 2018. And I was able to watch a hockey game. The Americans got smoked, but I loved it. I mean, I never thought I would ever go to an Olympics, but I was there, and it was amazing.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
it was amazing. And to be in Japan and go to I would love to have gone to the Olympic in Japan.
Me too. I know, it's crazy. Like, we can't even go.
I know.
So then,
no spectators.
Even the Olympic Village, if there is one, or where that doesn't really exist for the public. It's only for the competitors.
Yes, that's right. It's only for the competitors, the athletes, and I think they're not allowed to go out either. They can't leave the Olympic Village.
Oh wow!
So they're so scared of COVID that they're
so they can't go out and buy die-cast Japanese steel. Like, come on, man!
No, Rob. No, can you believe it?
They probably have a store there.
I can't believe there's a giant 1-to-1 scale walking Gundam robot. God. If I went to Japan and I couldn't see that shit, I would be so upset.
I would be pissed.
So what is it, Shinjuku? Is that the Look, I mean, one day I'm gonna go if my the money I need comes in. The first shit I'm gonna do is buy a first-class plane ticket for me and Elizabeth. We're going to fly to Japan, and I'm going to spend like $30,000 on vintage Japanese diecast. That's all I want.
Rob, I thought you were going to come over on a cargo plane, your own cargo plane, so you can
you're gonna
fill
need
it.
a cargo plane.
Yeah, you're going to need it for all your souvenirs.
To fit
I
that
know,
1-to-1
right?
scale Gundam in.
Dude, I know. I mean, come on, man. What do you want me to say? It's like, I mean, this isn't even diecast. This is plastic.
Look at that.
But my God,
So jealous.
oh God, I had to wait a year to get this thing. A year.
But it was worth the wait, so it will be.
Well, you know what? Now I'm going to do I've set up in the Observatory, I've got multiple stations. I don't have computer equipment to broadcast from. I always invest more. But when you see it, I'm going to do build. I've got 4 things I'm building now.
Wow.
Yeah, and I will build them online with.
I mean,
can't wait.
good, because I'm like, you're filming this, right? Because people love builds.
Oh yeah, no, I've got the Aston Martin DB5 1/8 scale. I've got the Starship Andromeda from Space Battleship Yamato 2205. It's 4 fucking feet long. I got this Gundam. I've got a 1/20th scale Valkyrie that's also monstrous from Macross. I'm telling you. And if I have nothing to do, I'm like, I'm going to go build a model and just turn on the camera and go, hello, and not paying attention. And people are going to watch me going, wow, your old hands, you can't see shit. Maybe you should get a magnifying glasses. I'm trying to screw shit in, and a screw will fall down and be like, and it'll be live, and people will be like,
it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's what the critical drinker says. Nah,
that's what
fine.
he says. Yeah. You probably get 20,000 viewers, Rob. You probably get loads of
I know. Then I get my Tyrion Lannister.
By the way, Rob. Sorry.
I'm sorry. No. Those build videos are very popular, Robert.
I know. Well,
you're gonna go for hours and hours.
I know. I'm going to do it.
The Lego ones.
I've got so many things, and I'm going to do it just because. Hey, we passed 40,000 subscribers. Thanks, everybody. 2.5 years of work, 40,000. It's pretty great. We have a good time.
What were you going to say, Wakazashi?
Oh, thanks. Thank you so much. I was going to say, Rob, when you say Space Battleship Yamato, in Japan, they pronounce it
Yamato.
That's
Yamato.
Yeah.
No, I knew.
Yamato.
Yeah, I know it's Yamato. People are always correcting me, but it's Space Battleship Yamato.
Yeah, but when you say it with your American accent, it sounds sexy.
Yamato. No, but it's Yamato. No, and I'll tell you what. Of course, in America, people are like, what? I have to say Star Blazers.
Okay, right, sure. It's not famous. The original title.
I don't like it. I mean, Star Blazers. We had the theme song. We're leaving Mother Earth. We're off to outer space to save the human race. We are Star Blazers. And they kept the song, but not the lyrics, and it's a little weird. And like in America, we only saw it as Star Blazers, but it's Space Battleship Yamato.
Oh,
and
perfect,
right?
Perfect,
pretty good, right? And I know that, but people are like, what? No, and when I say it's Space Battleship Yamato. 21.99, 2202, and now 2205. People are like, what? I can't even explain it. I'm like, they're like, and I had to get my Japanese shopper to Cat Hands Agent. By the way, that guy is dope. I recommend him to everyone. He only charges an 8% markup and buys you whatever you need. And I'm like, they're making a 4-foot Andromeda model. I need all the pieces. It's probably going to cost like $2,500 over the course of 3 years, but I need it. I mean, look, there's a couple of things I'm going to get buried with, and that will be, I'm going to build and what's great is I'm going to weather it as it comes in. It'll be great. And they've released like 20 volumes. I haven't got one yet, but I've been paying for them. Cat Hands is going to send my Japanese shopper. I'm going to get a giant box. And believe you me, I'm going to turn it on and go, it's time to do a build video, boys and girls.
Yay!
Yes. I built a whole wall. You should see it. It's great. I got my entire physical media. It'll be fun.
Mm-hmm. And are your Maju cases
fully... No. I have 3. Of the 9 that I ordered, I have 3, and one of them is unbuilt. And it's so frustrating. It's not like Justin from Justin's collection. I mean, Justin bought a $15,000 Maju case display, which is amazing for me. And here's the thing with Maju cases is so I because they're individual, I was stacking them. Mm-hmm. But I realized I've ordered 9, and what I want to do is build them out so they're all open. So it's 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels open, but you can't. I mean, I think I can do that now. The problem is, I have my 3rd one, and the question is, do I want to build something up and have all, like I've had rando figures in, but I really think I need to build the open space version.
Right.
I mean, I can't believe as a middle-aged cis white male, I'm thinking about how do I build my action figure display cases. Like,
well, they're collectibles. They're more
I know, but really, shouldn't I think about? I don't have to use Viagra. Shouldn't I be thinking about like sex and all? No, I don't.
Aren't you thinking about both? I just assumed that both were in.
I know, but I do, but it's more practical. I'm like, how do I deal with the Maju cases? It becomes a logistical problem, and you're like, what do I do? Like, I want to be able to think about artistic things and sex and all that, but I'm really thinking about like, God damn it, my action figures they're not being done justice.
No, they're not. I see them behind you, and they want more. They want.
I know, but these characters behind me, these might not make it into the Maju cases because they're not the most expensive of the action figures. Not
even Vampirella, Rob.
Oh, dude, come on. That figure's never gonna. It's always gonna be behind me. I love that figure. Don't think it's going anywhere because it's not.
On your left, Rob. On your left.
Yeah, on my left. Yes.
I was going to get just one Maju case, and I was going to put it in my room, and I measured it, and it's just too big for where I wanted to put it. But I
think they have different Maju cases.
Yeah, well, this was like maybe the smallest one, and it like you could fit 10 1/6 scales across on 2 different levels. That one, and I was like, that'd be perfect for me. But it's too big. So.
No, I mean they are big, and it's a very like what's weird here. Like the Robservatory is a garage. I'm in a 2-car garage, and it's very big. So when you see behind me, I have these are Billy bookcases, and I have behind me in this,
IKEA,
yeah, and so I've got all you can see is if you look around me. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 12 Billy bookcases that surround me. You can only ever see 3 at a time, but there are 12. And there are more over there.
Wow.
So, I mean, this is a huge... And I have 3 different stations that I want to broadcast from. The problem is I need 3 different computer platforms. And what's going to happen is you're going to see this move back to be squared up. I'm building things. I got light. I got all kinds of stuff, which is fun. But what I want to do is I would love it if actually people could come here. Here's my dream.
Oh, the Robert Meyer Museum?
Well, no. What I would love
sounds
to
awesome.
do, like Joe Rogan is able to, he flies people in. You know, I mean, of course he's worth $100 million. But what I would like to do, my dream is, if I were to get up to, like whether it's Midnight's Edge or John Campea or Nerdrotic or whatever, those guys make enough money where their channels, you could have, like, I would love it if I could fly somebody in, put them up into town, and bring them on and do like a 4-hour live stream.
So you'd want them in studio.
Yeah. Yeah. And ultimately, I would love to mount cameras around here because I've got this software where I can just click buttons and get away. I mean, all of YouTube and all of our world, Zoom calls and all this, we all know what that looks like. I would like to move us out of that.
Well, if you, let's say in the near future, you find yourself traveling more, which I think all of us will be traveling more, hopefully when this whole thing is done. Do you anticipate being able to broadcast on the road?
Oh my God, that's the dream. And you don't need much. I mean, honestly, you really don't need much. You can make your phone a hotspot, and you can have a great. My whole thing is my laptop is 6 years old, and this computer, I have a completely tricked out iMac, but it's from 2018. You know, and it's a $14,000 iMac system.
Wow.
And yeah,
Jesus.
Yeah, it's great, but it was built because I need to edit. You know, I edit,
sure, yeah.
Oh, that
sounds
rendering
awesome.
and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and so half the time I've got 10 different things going on. But at the end of the day, you have to get the kind of equipment that you need. Like, I would love, if I had the money and could sustain it, like, I would take Elizabeth and we just wander around the world. You know, and a lot of these YouTubers, if you look at like Gary from Nerdrotic, and I'm a fan of his, I mean, monthly he's probably putting out $40,000 a month. You know,
Really?
probably.
Wow.
Sure.
Did he finally move, or is he still in San Diego?
No, I think he's still in San Diego.
He's still moving. He's been moving for like 2 years.
Yeah, and going, but I mean, that the reality of YouTube is when you have that many subscribers, you know, and super chats and all that, it's just academic. It's not even, but he's been on there for a long time and all that. And for me, my entire starting a YouTube channel, my goal was I would love to pay the house payment, the phone bill, the power bill, and if I can do that, what that does is it frees me up to do my film work that apparently no one pays me for, like Tango Shalom. Like, for 5 years, I've put hundreds of thousands of dollars that I will never be remunerated for. But making a feature film and getting a theatrical release, that's what I do, and that's the great part
making
of
a feature film that's promoting world peace. What was the award that it won recently, Robert?
So crazy. It was in Cannes. I don't quite know all of this, but it won an award, the AFI, but it was not the AFI like the American Film Institute. It was something about some world peace initiative, and we won an award. I haven't seen I haven't seen a newspaper article. I've seen the list of what it was, and Judy said what it was.
That's great.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great.
I mean, when I was speaking to, I think it was the director who made the film. It was, right? That's who I met that night.
No, you probably met the producers because Gabe wasn't there.
Okay. When I was speaking to the producers, he was very clear about the film, and that the film, you know, he hoped that Tango Shalom would be a film that would promote world peace. And right there, I knew after hearing him say that, how important this film really is.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. I mean, I have been busting my ass to get it out, and there's so much work to do because, you know, when you hope it gets picked up for distribution, but you don't know if it will. But it has, and I've spent the last 2 weeks, I've been exhausted, you know, dealing with, because as the editor and post supervisor, it's all where I'm talking to you from. Everything to do with Tango Shalom is in this. I mean, you can't see it, but I've got 3 screens here.
That's where the magics happen. That's where it's all.
And I just wish, you know, you never know, but like we didn't know 3 weeks ago we were going to have this deal. And when we had it, it's like, well, we need it now. And I'm like, oh, it's hard.
Rob, do you know if it's going to get a Japan release?
I
Have you
don't
heard
know
anything about
yet, but
that?
it might very well get. I think they would love it in Japan. I mean,
Yeah, that would be great. I'd love to see it.
I would
Now
love
you-
it to go to Japan just because I would love to send everything. So I would love to buy the Japanese Blu-ray or 4K disc. That's what I want. Because our distributors are like, well,
That's
we
true.
don't really do Blu-ray or 4K because DVD is still the biggest home video format. I'm like,
Yeah.
DVD, fuck that shit. Come on, man.
But do you remember? I think there was one time where you could buy a certain quality DVDs, and then the DVD player could upgrade the version the version that you had.
Ladies.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My high school girlfriend was like, can you upgrade this? I'm like, I can try, baby. What's up?
Sorry. I'm sorry. It's late or early, whatever you want to put it. It would automatically upgrade the quality of the video that you had. Like,
Yeah, double sampling or whatever. I mean,
how come 4K players can't do that necessarily?
well, they can. I mean, 4K is basically 12 times better than DVD, and 4K players can only do what the software
Wow.
what's there, and HD is 6 times better than DVD, and 4K is 6 times better than Blu-ray. And
Okay.
in a nutshell, so
Yeah.
it's hard. I mean, upscaling never really works. And
Okay.
the problem is, 4K is just different than Blu-ray. So it's hard to have one player fits all, even though they have them.
Yeah.
But-
Now you mentioned that on the night that Tango Shalom debuted in New York,
Yeah.
the distributor was at the event.
Yes, that's correct.
I would have liked to. I introduced myself to a lot of people. I don't think I introduced myself to her, but I would have been nice to have met her.
Yeah, her name's Kristen. She is, to be honest, I kind of have a crush on her. To be honest, I mean, because she did well. Because no, not like that. The reason I have an artistic, intellectual crush on her because she was a judge at that film festival, and she saw
Right.
the film. Like here, what people don't understand, one of the hardest things to do as indie filmmakers is to get people to watch your movie.
Right.
And the hardest thing is to get distributors to watch your movie. They don't want to. They don't want to. They know that 99% of the movies they're going to see are shit. So they don't want to watch anything. So to have a movie that people find palatable at all, that's a huge coup.
And I
so,
also have to give kudos to the organizers of the Brooklyn Film Festival because they did pick high quality films and screenings.
Yeah.
And I understand what you're talking about, Robert. It is true. A lot of the films are not when you go to these events, but the Brooklyn Film Festival, they picked the cream of the crop, and I'm sure that's why Tango Shalom was there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and she was a judge, and all kidding aside, I mean, look, she's amazing. She's a great woman, and she's so funny, and I love her to death. But if I paid her money, you couldn't buy her opinion.
No.
She saw
No,
this
you can't.
movie not knowing what it was. She didn't know us. She's like,
So
I will be
she
a...
went in cold?
Yeah, she had no idea.
Wow.
And so she watched the film and fell in love with it. And then she was the one that wanted to pick it up for distribution. That is the best scenario because most filmmakers like, please, sir, may I have some more? Can you please come and see my movie? That's what it's like. So
Yeah, and one other kind of really interesting thing about that film festival, and of course you did win. Tango Shalom did win an award at that film festival as well.
yeah, we won best
for
screenplay.
best screenplay.
Yeah.
And so, one really interesting thing about that festival is that, and it's not always the case, but there was another film called American Desert, and there was a lot of buzz about this film. It was about it. First of all, the person who wrote it, directed it, and starred in it as well, and he just wrote a fantastic script about a guy who was a veteran of the I guess, the Afghan War. You know, in the United States, he was a military veteran. And it was a great film, and there was a lot of buzz about it. And you know, like sometimes you think when you hear all this buzz, you think that that's the film everybody's going to be paying attention to. That's the one that's going to get attention. None of the other films stand a chance.
Right.
And you know, it didn't. Sadly, it was a fantastic film, and the man is very talented. I don't remember the director's name, but it didn't win like what I thought it was going to, which is okay. It's just that I was kind of surprised by that, and so you can never tell. Just because some films get more buzz than others, it doesn't mean that that's how things are going to play out at a, you know, a film festival in the end.
Yeah, no. Look, I find the response to Tango Shalom to be quite extraordinary because it was very cobbled together. Mm-hmm. And I had a lot to do with that cobbling together because there was a lot of elements that weren't shot because of its low budget nature. It's truly an indie film. So when I see, you know, the response has been overwhelming and people like it and all that, I'm like, that's great. And I worked on it for a long time, but I'm like, I really wish that our success was based on something that we had set out to do from the beginning. And that's not to say I don't think Tango Shalom isn't, I mean, like, to me, I'm so proud of it because it was kind of a disaster when I started with it. And then we made it into something, we had enough time, we sculpted it over years. So it was
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, so it started out as something difficult, or?
Oh, it was a mess. Like,
No
So
way.
it was rough. It was completely rough,
Totally
and you
rough.
had to.
When they'd shot it a year before,
Mm-hmm.
I started working on it in May of 2016. It was shot in July of 2015. And
Look how far you've come, Rob. That's
I
brilliant.
know, man, and I, you know, no one had touched it. It was a crazy thing, but the fact that people like it is great for me. Hopefully, I can use it as something. Whenever you have something that's out there, you can say, "Hey, I made this. I want to do this." So I've got a couple of projects that will help me, hopefully. But ultimately, people will also be like, it's like, meh. Look, if we made it about a Hasidic rabbi who's a crack addict in Tulsa who liked to cross-dress, then we would be the indie darlings and be like, oh my God, it's a transcendent film.
Best film ever!
But yeah, that's not the world we live in.
Yeah, but that's not a message of peace.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Exactly.
No. But the indie film world, it's so funny because our movie is so a throwback. But the indie film world's like, oh, you guys didn't really make an indie movie. I'm like, we defined indie movie. But they're like, but it's not about like cross-dressing crack addicts in Tulsa. So it's not on our radar. I'm like, why wouldn't it be? It's whatever. It's an indie movie. It's all good.
I mean, yeah, it is all good, but you know, they don't have a right to say that to you, honestly.
It's amazing what people say. I don't take it personally, but it's very so. Here's a quick story. So I grew up in Seattle, going to the Seattle International Film Festival from 1979 to 88. I had a full series pass for my birthday because it was always over my birthday. My parents would buy me a full series pass to see every movie.
Yeah.
So my dream was to always take a movie to the Seattle Film Festival, my hometown festival. So in 2009, when our direct-to-video horror film, The Hills Run Red, was finally coming out, I had said, I would love to take this to a few film festivals. And they let us. Warner Brothers was like, okay. They were like, no one's going to play this movie. And we're like, no. So it played in London at Screamfest. And I got to bring it to my hometown, to Seattle, to show a movie I produced at the Egyptian Theater for the Seattle International Film Festival. It was a huge deal for me. Everyone I knew came out. Awesome screening. Cut to the closing night party. Guy walks up to me and he goes, how does it feel to make the worst movie of the festival? Now,
What?
I went to the Seattle Film Festival for 8 years. It mattered. It was my most favorite thing to do. It mattered so much to me. Well, in the time that I left for California, the internet changed. The Seattle International Film Festival, you could buy what was called a full series pass. And later on, they rechristened it Full Serious. And we were kind of douchebags that had they would let us in first. We had our seats. So when I was there in 2009, I didn't know there was an online presence for the full series pass holders, and it was called Full Series. So this guy comes up to me, he goes, "How do you feel about making the worst film of the festival?" And I was like, I thought the screening was packed. I had 100 of my friends from high school there. It was great. Like, what are you talking about? And then he says, well, of course, on the Full Serious website, which was the fan-run website for the Seattle Film Festival, the vote was, we got a very low score. It turns out one person was there who voted on our film. One person. And I'm like, one dude? Like, you're basing this on one dude?
It's not statistically significant.
No, but this guy at my hometown festival, he just wanted to fuck with me. And I actually told him later, I said, it took us 3 years to get this movie made. Mm-hmm. And all the work we put in, you have no idea. And it's fine. If you don't like it, that's fine. It's not that great. But for you to attack me at the closing night film festival party?
He knew that you were involved with the film, so
yeah.
It's just evil. And
I wanted what's interesting. I'm like, here's what I hate about the modern age. I believe in a meritocracy. People who do good work should get rewarded. And now we live in a world where good work, that's secondary. You know why that guy or girl could do good work? Because they had white privilege. I'm like, no. If you can do good work, you've spent decades performing your craft. Isn't that the people you want to work for you? But in this day and age, apparently not. All I want to do is make cool shit. And I have a very finite amount of time to do it. I give myself 20 years. I
think that's a long time.
I do too. I think it's a long time. That's why I keep doing what I'm doing. But we live in a world now. I never thought I would live in a world where the actual product is not the important part. People are like, well, that's a fine script, but who's in it? Which means, are there people of color that we can exploit? Sure. Okay. But what do you do? That's the world we live in. And by the way, it's pretty fucking good. The world is good. As difficult as it can be, I'm trying to work at the highest 1% of all of humanity, which is a losing proposition, but I can still try.
And I will pass just behind you.
Yes. The world is fucking awesome, Rob. You're right.
It is awesome.
You make it awesome by what
so
you do.
You. I mean, isn't it awesome?
Come on.
Dude, the Japanese are fucking awesome.
The Japanese are metal, Rob, because they make diecast. They are so metal.
The Japanese are the most metal metal realm in the. I mean, and by the way, not only is Japan a metal country, but as you know, sir, you know what the best thing about Japan is?
Apart from my wife?
I was going to say Japanese girls. Japanese girls, that's where it's at, man. Come on.
Come on, man. I know. I'm a sucker for Japanese girls.
I know. You fell into it. You know. I mean, I still every September 15th, I celebrate Yoko Shimada Day. You might ask, who is that? She's an actress who starred in Shogun 41 years ago.
I remember Shogun when I was a kid. I saw
Dude.
it on TV.
Wakari
Richard
Masuka.
Chamberlain and was it
Maskari
Richard Chamberlain?
Masaka. Yes.
Was that,
know.
is that what it was?
Yeah.
See you later. Bye bye.
Would you like to pillow? Will you pillow? Yes, I'm going to pillow with you. I don't even know what it means. But you, Yoko Shimada, I want to pillow with you.
Every day.
Yeah. Twice. In the morning, at night, and at noon, I just want to eat. Just saying. I mean, my God. And Yoko Shimada, she was up for it. She's like, okay, whatever you need.
Beautiful. She was beautiful.
Yes.
Oh. Dun 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 dun. So good.
Rob, have you read the book?
I
book
have.
Is fantastic.
Man, the book. I mean, it's funny. I read the book after I saw the miniseries.
Yeah, me
But
too. Me too.
because I love that. But that book is like what it's 800, 1,000 pages. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's huge.
The book was amazing. I loved, reading books. Certain book experiences are a great thing. That was one of those great, delicious book. I wanted to eat that book. I loved it so much. I'm like,
absolutely.
I felt like it was a candy bar. I'd
awesome.
read it. I'm like, this was so good. I never did that because it was so thick I could never actually eat the pages. But man, I love that book.
Totally. I recommend it to everybody out there. I recommend it. It's a really good book, Shogun. It is very long, but
it's amazing. Amazing. Before I think since everybody, we're almost at 4 a.m. Comics Fun Sticks Boy 73 says Shogun is best watched for 12 hours long. I agree. You should watch it in one day, in one sitting. It's the most bingeable shit ever.
yes.
And when it came on TV, like everybody was waiting for the next episode. It was highly
Oh
anticipated.
my God, it was huge. Huge.
I didn't think that she was going to die the way that she did from that explosion.
I know.
I know. Yeah.
I didn't know that was going to. I mean, I knew there was an explosion happening. I just was very surprised that killed her.
I know,
Gutted.
right?
I was gutted.
Yeah.
But it's very Japanese.
Rob, before you go, I just wanted to say, speaking of books, thank you so much for a recommendation.
Which one?
Walter Tevis's Mockingbird.
Dude, oh my God.
I read it after you talked about it, and it's absolutely brilliant.
Okay, can I tell you that? Did I tell the story of what I heard from a Hollywood producer about that?
Oh, no, I'm not sure.
Okay, this is my favorite thing. So, for those of you who don't know, Walter Tevis, the author Walter Tevis, wrote a number of books that have been adapted into movies. The Hustler in the 60s, The Color of Money, the sequel in the 80s, The Man Who Fell to Earth, that Bowie played for Nicholas Roeg.
David Bowie, yes.
David Bowie, and of course, The Queen's Gambit. Was a book of his in 83. He wrote that. But in 1980, he wrote a dystopian science fiction novel called Mockingbird. And here's what I heard. I'm gonna ask Wakazishi to talk about it. But so I heard this story, and it's apocryphal, but I heard that there was a female Hollywood producer in Beverly Hills walking to a meeting or dinner or whatever, and she got held up by a guy with a gun. And she got incensed, and she's like, fuck this, I'm leaving. And he's like, look, lady, I mean, I held you up. My life is the way it is. What are you going to give to me? And she happened to have the book Mockingbird. I don't know if she read it or whatever. And she gave it. She had it and gave it to the mugger who didn't shoot her. And he took the book. He took Mockingbird and ran off with it. So I was like, the book Mockingbird saved a woman's life. Or, maybe. But I love that story. I love the fact.
Fucking metal.
It might be. It's metal. It might be apocryphal. I don't know who it was. But that book is so the sense of mood and despair is so good.
There's something about it, like it's not the best book ever written, but it really got to me. It got me back into reading and got me, really into. I can't explain it. It was so good. So thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. I would never have heard about it.
Oh well, I love that you read it because it was one of those books where. So back in the day, Ballantine is Bantam.
Yeah.
They would do these great covers, and Mockingbird.
Yes, the cover.
There was a cover. It's great. The paperback. It's like this angry that you can see through the Empire State Building. But here's the thing: Bantam had a book that came out years before that called Ice, by Arnold Fetterbush. And it was almost the exact same cover as Mockingbird, but done if the world was frozen. And when I saw these books, I'm like, that dude ripped off. I mean, I understand they had to do certain things, but the cover, the original paperback cover of Mockingbird, is a complete ripoff of Arnold Fetterbush's also paperback book, Ice.
No way.
I don't know why people need to know that, but I felt I needed to convey it to you. So there you go.
Thank you. That's a great story.
It's good.
Just look it up. Ice and Mockingbird. Both circa 79, 80. So, anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I know we all need to say goodnight. Sleep tight, pleasant dreams for all of us. I'll be back for those of you who are not members of the channel. Be one tomorrow at noon, or I should say today at noon. In 6 hours?
Noon Pacific time, right?
Yeah, I will be doing a Zoom call with all of you lovely members. Now, I want to say thank you to everyone. Midnight Metal, episode 31. It wouldn't be the same without. It wouldn't be. So thank her for being here. And Wakazashi, all the way from Japan.
Yes.
And a huge shout out to my friend who I'd never met, Zephyr Chan.
Yes.
Truly a great intellect, very funny, very introspective, interesting. Wow, I was blown away by her. She's amazing. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know when
Zephyr
people...
Chan, she was awesome. She was great.
Great. She was
very,
great.
Very, very smart.
Yeah, so smart. And you never know. Can people talk? But she was amazing. So thank you to everyone. And thank you to everybody who's supported this channel through tips and super chats. Thank you so much. I'm looking more... MB Dyson 82997 subscribe to the channel. Richard K says, do you think we could get another Brendan Fraser Rachel Weisz mummy movie? I don't think so. I think that in this day and age you never know, but I think they're different people.
Rachel Weisz looks relatively the same.
Yeah, she does.
But Brendan Fraser, I saw him in that film, that film noir with Don Cheadle and called
the Soderbergh movie on HBO Max.
Is that it's No Clothes something about it's a period piece and he looks very different.
What happened to him? Yeah, what happened to him?
He just got old.
He got older.
Yeah. But Rachel Weisz looks amazing still.
Yeah, she looks the same, so she could probably do it.
Our friend Cal Swack Props from Malaysia says, hi, Rob. I don't remember hearing your opinion of Without Remorse with Michael B. Jordan. I remember you said it's something you were greatly anticipating. Did you ever get to see it? Yes, I did. It was beautifully made, but at the end of the day, the story wasn't compelling.
No, it wasn't.
I was disappointed by what they did. I liked the action, but I thought the story was like...
It looked really good. It looked good, but the story and the characters
it wasn't good. And I'm like, I was like, please, God, make this movie good. Didn't happen. I know, it Didn't happen.
If you'd have made it, Rob, it would have been awesome. You know it.
Well, I mean, I would have hired the best collaborators, and that would be the deal. I'd work with my writers. I'm like, here's what. Anyway, yes. But so on that note, I think I've caught up. Actually, Comics for Fun says Shogun is best watched for 12 hours long. I agree.
And Andre, as earlier today, I to thank him as well.
Oh my God, yes. I would be remiss. Thank you so much.
Andre was great, yeah, always.
Andre from Midnight's Edge comes on. I mean, he's almost like part of the third musketeer to our team.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
And yes, Andre, I mean, always. What I love about Andre is I feel if the world was ending, Andre would be the voice of reason. and he would at least offer you solace and comfort. Just hearing his Norwegian accent, I'm like,
yeah,
I feel.
I must confess, I do like his accent. I'm sorry.
No, it's great. How do you not like it? It's so good. Oh, you don't like it?
No, I said I like it.
It's so good. I love it.
Not that I don't like other accents too, but
of course,
yeah. It took me a little bit to get used to it when I first found him. It got a little bit to get used to, but I love it now. It's so soothing, and I saw you on Midnight's Edge After Dark. Was it? That was great.
I think it was Midnight's Edge. For here, it's during. Yes, it was Midnight's Edge.
That was so cool.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Did you enjoy it? Yeah.
Yeah, and I enjoyed it very much, and thank you for watching.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's all good stuff. I mean, we have to support everybody. This ecosystem is a good thing. We
the
all
Post-Geek
need
singularity. It's everywhere, man. It's
Fuck
everywhere.
yeah, it is. I appreciate you saying that. I love that. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to hold you to task when I come to Japan and have to stay in your house with a giant box of die-cast toys I've bought. I'm just saying, it will happen.
Anytime.
One day,
you're welcome. Anytime.
I still say, Robert, you're going to take that 1-to-1 Gundam, aren't you?
You are.
Man, you know what? I want to do like a Last Starfighter-esque story about a young kid. He's like, I'm going to steal that shit. I'm going to steal a 1-to-1 scale Gundam mobile suit, and I'm going to leave. And, of course, in my version, everything works. The repulsors, the fuel.
You're going to fly home in it, Rob.
The controls are the same as the game, if there was one.
Yeah, that's it. I'm going to do it. My God. Fantastic. I'd love that.
That's actually very good.
That would be awesome, wouldn't it? Imagine that, going home with a Gundam. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. That's what she said. I would like to go home with a Gundam. I'm like, oh, baby. What can I say? But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's thank Andre. Let's thank Zephyr Chan. Let's thank you. And let's thank Wakasashi. Thank you.
Pleasure to see you.
And let's thank everyone who was on this episode of Midnight Metal. Yes. I want to thank all of my blue wrenches. I mean, everyone who moderates the channel. Thank you so much.
The Richard, thank you.
The Richard, amazing.
Bunyan was there, I think.
Bunyan Snipe was here, and he's still here. He's still here. And I want to thank my lovely compatriot. Thank you for being you. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. And, of course, listen to Midnight's Edge. Go find online and subscribe and like to this channel. We will bring you more of this ridiculously awesome bullshit, which is amazing. And, of course, thank you, Wakasashi. Is it Wakasashi?
That's perfect. Thank you, Rob.
All right.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Well, thank you for being here. And on that note, gentle beings, kind souls, all of you across the 28 known galaxies, I will bid you all a fond farewell. Thank you for being on Midnight fucking Metal 31. Yes. Fuck. Yeah! And I will see you both, or maybe not, but I'll see some of you, perhaps.
You'll see.
Oh my God. Tomorrow it is.
Take care.
Well, kids, there we go. I will see you. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah? And I will see you, Mr. Japanese man married to a Japanese girl. First of all, well done. I will see you later. Come on. Always welcome. I will see you later. And of course, you're all wondering, how long will this show go on? You know, I could just sit here and talk and be like, hey, what's up? But I'm not going to. I need to go to bed. And for those of you who aren't members of the Burnettwork, become a member at a certain level. And tomorrow, we're having a members call, our bi-monthly members call, as the Evil Dead would say, join us. So you can do that and join the conversation. I will see you all there.